Good morning and welcome. We're live from the Burger Recreational Club, or better known as the BRC. It is the IMC Over-50s World Cup Day 5. Host Sri Lanka taking on Namibia in a game that is very important for both teams. There you go. Sri Lanka taking on Namibia. Well, 3 out of 3 for the home side. Namibia will definitely want to put some points on the board if they can turn the tables on the host. But we'll have to wait and see how things go. As we say, a very good morning, Rishman.
Very good morning, Kosala. We're in for a very interesting game here. High riding Sri Lanka take on a quite depleted Namibian outfit. As you see, the two groups in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. In Pool A consists of England, New Zealand, USA, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, UAE and Namibia. And in Pool B, it's South Africa, Pakistan, Australia, West Indies, India, Wales and Canada. So altogether 14 teams in the tournament. A lot of cricket happening in and around in Colombo. And as you see, both teams getting ready for this all-important game. All games are important. Sri Lanka yet to lose a game. They are high-riding. They are going well on. Namibia, not what they expected, but can they favor their fortunes this morning here at the BRC Grounds? We will wait and see.
Well, yeah, very interesting to see how Namibia comes out in the game. But it will all boil down to how the surface will look down as we join Shashika Pusagula with the pitch report.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's the all-important pitch report. The game is between Sri Lanka and Namibia. Now, before I get to the pitch, let's just slightly look at the dimensions of the ground. This is a BRC ground in Colombo. The two sides are extremely small, hence the high-scoring games yesterday. So the team chasing yesterday won the game, and it might be a clear indication as to how the team that wins the toss might just opt to bowl first and chase. So let's have a closer look at the wicket. As you can see, it's pretty visible. There has been a slight spray after the game yesterday. It's the same wicket. It's ever so, I would say, it's slightly dark in complexion. You expect this to dry out as the day progresses. But remember, the most important thing is it's a used wicket. So it'll be a very interesting call. But it's nicely rolled and it's pretty firm underneath. So it'll be a very interesting toss coming up.
There you go. Pusse feels that the captain winning the toss will want to bowl first and have option of chasing, knowing your target. But also very interesting, isn't it, to find out how hard it is for teams chasing, because these guys are not young. So you burn yourself out for 40 to 45 overs out there in the center. And how well you're oiled and how well your muscles are reflexing when you go out to bat.
Indeed, and playing in this heat as well, because it takes a toll on players. So I think bowling first and putting the opposition in the hot sun can really test themselves as the game progresses and into that important innings. And while chasing, a score on the board can always be a lot of pressure. So the toss will be all important, but this is great conditions for cricket here at the BRC Grounds.
Yeah, Pusse felt that the winning captain might feel that he will want to bowl first. But we're going to join Harit Perra, who's got the two captains with him. And let's see what the winning captain decides to do.
So we are in the middle for the toss. Important game for the home team. Shane Fernando is the Sri Lanka Over-50s captain. He's having the coin. The officiating umpires are from New Zealand, Peter Williams, and from England, John Holland. The call from Leon Fleming, the captain of Namibia. Tails is the call. It's ahead. You won the toss. What are you going to do, Shane?
I think we are going to have a bowl today. For a change, we batted yesterday as well at the game. So we thought we'll have a bowl and see how it goes.
You must be confident after the 3 wins. How is the team faring as far as everybody is concerned? Fit and ready to go?
Yeah, the players are all fit, but we have been, giving everybody an opportunity. So we have done 5 changes from yesterday's game as well, so that everybody get a good chance to play. Everybody is probably in equal standard, so it's not that difficult to give everybody an opportunity.
So that goes for you, having a good knock and a decent stay in the middle.
Yeah, it was nice to go and bat there. We have got so many batters in the side, so I pad up and wait for my opportunity. So I got it yesterday. So yeah, better.
Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Leon, it's an opportunity. Is it your first visit to the country?
For sure, it's our first visit to the country, yeah. Very beautiful country. We're enjoying it. Cricket is a bit tough though, the humidity where we're from is quite dry. And so we're struggling with the heat. But yeah, we would have bowled as well today if we had the opportunity. Also to give opportunities to the other players who didn't bowl yet, yeah.
Leon, just talk on behalf of the team. Are you happy with the facilities? Are they enjoying everything other than the cricket?
No, the facility is very good. You can see the history of cricket in Sri Lanka. All beautiful fields with character, and now we're enjoying it, yes.
Hopefully you will have a better outing today.
Thank you very much for that. We will enjoy it.
So the story from the middle is that Shane Fernando has won the toss and he is elected to bowl first.
So there you go. Just what Pusse felt. The winning captain might want to bowl first, and that's what has happened. And these are the two teams. Shane, you want to go through them?
Indeed, Sri Lanka, Shane Fernando, skipper Russell Ingram, Ruin Peris, Indika Disayram, and with the wicket-keeping gloves it will be Rory Ingram, Daminda Vijay Singh, Priyantha Rajapaksa, Chaminda Rajapaksa, Punyakanta Besekar, Renuka Nonis, and Dilshan Amarasinghe will be the playing 12 for Sri Lanka, and for the visiting team Namibia, wicket-keeper, batsman and captain Fleming will lead the side. Peter Thoran, Darren goes P. Lestrand, Isur Titus, Kane Joseph, Willem G.B. Rensburg, Julian Fennessy, Durkee Lam Kodsi, and Durkee Bukes will form the 12 for the visiting side who want to try and change their fortunes in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. You would want to change your fortunes as the game goes on. Just seeing the young or the BRC team, the Tier A side in practice. They've got a very important game coming up tomorrow. So the story is that Sri Lanka won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. Interesting to see what type of score they will want to restrict Namibia. If they can keep them somewhere around 100, 125, they'll be more than pleased.
Plenty of cricket happening. The Colombo vicinity. The club cricket is going on. The Sri Lanka national team taking on Australia as well tomorrow. Second ODI to be scheduled at the R. Premadasa. So plenty of cricket in the island nation. As you see the points table in Group A, host Sri Lanka, 3 wins out of 3 and a healthy net run rate as well of 2.649. England 2 wins out of 2. New Zealand as well, 2 games being played, 1 and 1 loss. Zimbabwe played 3, 1 lost to UAE as well, 1-1. USA as well as 1-1 against UAE, if I'm not mistaken. And still to get off the winning columns is Namibia, 2 games out of 2 losses for them. So they would want to try and get a game in and try and get off the points table as well.
Well, the 2 top teams will go into the semi. Most runs so far in the tournament. Giles Eccleston of England. He's got 181 runs so far with a top score of 109. Sanjeeva Veerasinghe, playing for USA, Sri Lankan born. Top score of 94 and aggregate of 154 from 3 games. Simon Holiday from Wales. He's also been among the runs. Jan Chiva from South Africa. Now the Sri Lankan batters really, they got starts, got a couple of 50s, Seram had one. Shane Fernando had one. It's a picturesque venue. There you go. These are the bowling. Ali Bukhari.
It's not been the easiest tournament for the bowlers, Kosala.
No, this is Group B. Australia lead that table, 3 out of 3. They play Canada today. Wales, they've been decent. India, they've just lost one game. Pakistan, West Indies. The West Indies were beaten by Canada yesterday. And South Africa, they lost both games and yet to get off the mark.
Indeed, so interesting points table as you see. India as well, just assaulted a win. So plenty at stake. Australia, we saw last evening a mammoth total being chased down here at the BRC. Plenty at stake for the likes of teams like India and Pakistan. If they want to finish on top two, they'll have to play a lot of good cricket. So slight held up in play. Hopefully we can get the game going on. There's the Namibia contingent ready to set and go here at the BRC. A pictures venue here. And today's fixtures for the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Pool A. UAE will take on England at the DSC Nana College Grounds in Colombo. 7 New Zealand versus Zimbabwe just across us Colombo at the Coles Cricket Club. And here Sri Lanka versus Namibia at the BRC Grounds. Wales take on South Africa at MCA, and Pakistan take on West Indies in the Colombo suburbs, the Navy Grounds in Valisara, and then in Bandaragama, the Pusa Grounds, where India will take on Canada. So many action-packed day coming up for all of us at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Another interesting day in the tournament as well. As you see, the areas of where all the games are being played, all over Colombo, and in the suburbs as well, in Valisara and in Bandaragama. So plenty of games where you can catch all the live action here from the Papare throughout the day. So plenty of games you can catch on this beautiful Thursday morning.
It's time for action. The two officials are making their way out to the center. This is the results of yesterday's games. England beat USA. Namibia were beaten by Zimbabwe. Sri Lanka beat UAE. South Africa and Australia. That is a very interesting game. Australia coming good. Canada toppled the West Indies. And India were beaten by Wales.
It was a close, quite a close game against India and Wales. Just won by 5 runs. India were given as the 2 umpires take on the field. Sri Lanka will hope to have a good start after winning the toss in bowling first. We'll hope that early morning conditions will favour them, as this wicket is a used wicket from yesterday. Over 500 runs in that game against South Africa and Australia. Total being chased down as well, so surely this wicket might favour the bowlers as it starts off.
So it looks like Renuka Nonis will start proceedings for the Sri Lankan side.
Skipper Fleming will open the batting for Namibia. He'll have a big task in his hands to try and take Namibia to a competitive score against a very strong batting lineup of Sri Lanka. And partnering up him in the middle will be Peter Theron. Right hand bat will want to support his skipper in the middle as things get underway here at the BRC. Pace to start off from Sri Lanka.
Renuka Nonis, former Pete Wright cricketer. Played a lot of first-class cricket for Sri Lanka. Straight away on the money. At this age, you don't try to really bend your back, isn't it? You just try to get that ball in the correct area.
Indeed. Just make that ball talk. Not much of pace. Still operating in that line and length can be helpful as Namibia gets underway by signal, but nevertheless, a total added on to the Namibian batting innings. Theron will get his first delivery. Right on the money, as Kozal mentioned. Renuka Nonis has been from the word go. He's been on the point. He's been on point. Try and castle those stumps, targeting the stumps. Wicket to wicket bowling from Nonis.
Even during his school days, he was not the express pace fast bowler. He was a good swing bowler. Used to see him a lot. One will be what they will get. They move on to 3. They've been nudging it around here and there in this over from Nonis.
First runs from the bat for Fleming. Crossed for a couple of runs as Namibia started off well in this first over. Looks like no demons in the wicket as it looks like. Nonis. Dot ball to end the first over from the game between Sri Lanka and Namibia. 4 for no loss after one Namibia. pace from both ends. Swing and a miss to start off for Chaminda.
Nice shape for Chaminda Rajapaksa. If I'm not mistaken, turned out for Ananda College, Colombo. But this is good. He's getting some shape, getting some movement.
That was a brilliant delivery. Renukononis couldn't trouble the batsman early on in that previous over from the other end, but Chaminda making that ball talk early on. Just the third delivery. He's beaten the outside edge a couple of times. Once again, easy pickings for Thiron to get off strike. Skipper Fleming will have his first share of face against Chaminda, who's troubled his partner from the other end.
Now Fleming. This has been a decent over. In fact, a good over from Chaminda Rajapaksa. Ends off well with a dot ball. 2 overs done. Namibia put into bat are 5 for none.
Mama Gajaman.
So we're back live. It's been a very cautious start from Theron and Fleming. 5 for none. If you're just joining this coverage, it's Renukononis running in for Sri Lanka. Now the difference with Renukononis and Chaminda, what we've seen is it's the length that is the difference. Chaminda was a fraction little shorter than Renukononis is inviting the batsman to get on the front. It's meeting the bat more comfortably than Rajapaksa. So Rajapaksa was just holding it a fraction slower and back maybe 1 or 2 inches than Nonis. And that's why the batters found it difficult to get bat on board.
Indeed, he's targeting those green patches in the wicket as well. Trying to get some movement from that. Rajapaksa trying to operate with that good length delivery, and Nonis on the other hand a bit too full, trying to castle those stumps. It's once again flicked off the pads well from Fleming to get off strike.
And also the fact is we know that Renukononis is a yard quicker than Rajapaksa. So that also helps the batter because the ball comes on to you more. So you find it much more easier to work it around, and that's what's happening.
Especially in decks like this, tailor-made for batting.
See that was a better length. He had to play 40. He was not having the luxury of just pushing it round the third man or to square for that single. There you go. Narendran is identifying the length, knowing how the wicket's behaving, adjusting his length just a wee bit.
And a swing and a miss. Trying to take the attack on to Nonis. Was Theron, but couldn't connect as the third over comes to an end. And Namibia, after being put into bat, 7 for no loss.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Chaminda will start a fresh over. He'll be bowling from the commentator's box end. Or the Havelock grounds end. Oh, there you go. He gets a wee bit of movement where the batsman decides, do I play? Do I leave? Do I play? Do I leave? That's causing that uncertainty among the batter. Take a look at that again. That's it. There you go. Oh, beautiful.
Indeed. Just what you want your fast bowler to do early on in the game. Moisture still on it, and once again beats the outside edge. Chaminda Rajapaksa making that ball talk. And Fleming in 2 minds, as Kosala mentioned, whether to play at it or leave it. Once again, brilliantly bowled by Rajapaksa. He's been brilliant. Rajapaksa, he's been quite disciplined. He's maintaining that line and length, making that batsman think. He's blocked one end. Fleming would want to get off strike now. And once again, Rajapaksa's line being probed. Skipper Shea into that slip cordon.
Good captaincy. Again, that was too good a ball that he didn't find the outside edge.
Indeed, a peach of a delivery. Fleming living quite dangerously in the middle.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. He'll have to re-bowl that. Trying to do a little too much on that occasion, Rajapaksa. Sri Lanka too possesses a good bowling line as well. They got Daminda Vijayasekara, the left-arm spinner. They got Punyakanta Begunasekara, the off-cutter. Another dot ball. Just the wide in this over so far from Rajapaksa. Now what does Fleming do? Does he play the bowling on its merit? Oh, that's outside the line.
Left that alone, Fleming. Quite brave.
Well, that's outside the line, so I don't think Fleming was that worried about it. Take a look at that again. Yeah. Outside the line of the stumps. And also the height factor. Last ball coming up. Interesting shot. And that will be the first boundary of the Namibian innings. Rajapaksa straying in that last delivery. And Fleming was very quick to pounce on that. End of the over. Take a look at that again. Just flicked it off his hips.
Beautiful stroke to end that fourth over, spoiling Chaminda Rajapaksa's over. A 5-run over in it, as after 4 overs, Namibia at 12 for no loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Yushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Renuka to continue. Sri Lanka just conceded a boundary inside 4 overs. Skipper Fleming getting the better of Rajapaksa in that previous over. The final delivery flicked off beautifully to the fences. Nonis runs in. That's cut away neatly to the fence. There's Namibia getting a move on now from here.
Short and wide, and Theron decides that I'm going to put this one away. Take a look at this again. Short, and he gave everything that he had. Back-to-back boundaries to the Namibian total. Good comeback from Nonis.
I think that was in Renuka Nonis' spell of 12. That was his first ball, that shot that was punished. It'll be interesting how he comes back now. Left alone by Peter Theron. Got a boundary in that first delivery of the over. Pressure on Nonis, but he's come back well. Namibia will want to try and make this over an expensive one. It's been a quiet start for them. As once again just misses the outside edge. Living dangerously is Peter Theron. Nonis, after being hit for a boundary, he's come back well here.
It's been pretty decent now from Nonis. The remaining 4 balls. Not allowed Theron to... both these Namibian batsmen look almost similar in stature. Leon a little bit on the heavier side.
He did, and can back a punch. We have seen that as good over from Nonis after being hit for a boundary in that very first delivery. Namibia after being put into bat after 5 overs, 16 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the papare.com.
Very good morning to all our viewers. If you're just tuning in, This is the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 5th day's play, the match between Sri Lanka and Namibia happening at the picturesque BRC Grounds. Namibia batting first have progressed to 16 for no loss in the first 5 overs. Fleming and Theron is out there in the middle. And well, here comes the first Sri Lankan bowling change. Is it right? Is it Renuka who is coming in?
I think Renuka has been operating thus far. This is 4th over. So he's progressed from the outset. He's conceded 9 runs so far. Been pretty economical. But it's very interesting to see at what point the Sri Lankan captain would bring the spinners on. Because the two batters at the moment, they're finding the medium pace of Renuka and the counterpart from the other end to be pretty manageable.
Well, yes, that time a back of a length delivery and about rising delivery. The batsman fending at it. Fleming very dangerously. Flirting on that occasion. Way outside the off stump. Ball swinging away from him. Now, yesterday we had a rollicking match here between Australia and the South Africans. Now, what happened to Australians was unlike the Sri Lankans, they didn't make use of the conditions in the morning. It was a wet pitch. Play getting started by almost a delay of about half an hour. And the ball was seaming and moving around in the morning. But the Australians, well, the first few overs, they gave it away. There were plenty of loose deliveries, way outside the off-stump, wides, no balls, and so on and so forth, which allowed the South Africans to get off to a good start. And finally, they posted 264. And mind you, Australia chased it down, 265 on this ground. And having been at one stage in a hopeless situation, they came back very strongly, courtesy of wonderful partnership of 110 runs for the 5th wicket, and they made it chasing 265. So it was more than 500 runs that were scored on this wicket yesterday. So it's a good wicket to bat, but certainly they're a little bit on offer for the bowlers in the morning. And if you pitch it in the correct length, get your line right, get your here we watch the next delivery, and this time outside the off stump, that has been spooned to the first slip. Yes, we were talking about playing outside the off stump, not with that much of confidence, getting a thick outside edge, and the slip fielder holding on to a very good catch.
Yes, easy pickings for Ruin Pires, the first slip position. You see the replay, a nice bit of shape away from the batter. Feet nowhere near the pitch of the ball. He's had a swipe and resulted in him nicking off to Ruin Pires, who did the final pickings for the team. And that's the first wicket. That's down. Peter Theron gone for 7.
So the
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So the Sri Lankans drawing first blood in the 6th over. That's what you were talking about earlier. Get your line right, get your length right, and there's a little bit of movement available on the pitch. And you can see the unevenness of the bounce as well. It was a 2-pace pitch yesterday. We are yet to see how the bowling will be from the other end, but that certainly had unsettled the batsman. A little bit of bounce, the shape of the ball moving away from him, and flirting with the delivery on that occasion, giving outside edge. Comfortable catch to Ruin Pires.
Here's the new batter, Dion goes, the number 3 right-handed batter for Namibia. And as we conclude the 6th over, Namibia 17 for the loss of 1 wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Chaminda Rajapaksa making it count for the Sri Lankans. 1 for 7 off 3 overs for him. And certainly now it's up to the Namibian batsman. Well, they lost the first 2 matches on the trot. Well, on the other hand, Sri Lanka on a high wave, winning the first 3 matches and playing their 4th match today against the Namibians. They won against UAE, very comfortable, against USA. Then they won against Zimbabwe very convincingly. And yesterday they beat UAE. And here they are now, pitted against the Namibians.
So Chaminda, who's also picked up a wicket into his 4th over. The trend has been such for the Sri Lankan team. At most times they've opted to bowl first, especially in these conditions where usually there's a bit of moisture in the morning, and as the day progresses everything dries off from the wicket to the outfield, which is favourable for batting. Even whilst doing the pitch report, there was a tinge of dark complexion, I would say, in the wicket. That's a beauty. It's a very close call. Slight bit of movement away. Yes, getting back to the pitch, there was a slight dark complexion, which means that there would have been some sort of that's a very close call. With modern technology, DRS would have been very useful for that. However, we don't have such things over here. Anyways, you expect that dark tinge to change color as the day progresses. The dark tinge would suggest the moisture involved, and the next one is off the pads down towards fine leg. Pujita in pursuit. Batters cross through for a couple. Umpire signals leg byes. The score moves on to 19. And as you rightly said, even yesterday the chasing team won. So conditions seemed pretty easy towards the latter part of the day for batting.
Certainly right. So Renu Kanoni is operating from the far end. Well, he certainly is moving the ball. And he has got his length and his line right. On that occasion, of course, he's erring. The ball swinging away, brushed the pad of the batsman Fleming. And umpire Sugadisila thought of calling that wide, but put his hands down because the ball brushed the front pad. And that was called a legitimate delivery. Nonis once again, ball in hand. And this time bringing the ball into Fleming. Good line, good length. And very consistent Renuka Nonis. Now that is what is important here. What probably the Sri Lankan captain can do, Shane Fernando, is to crowd the batsman a little. Maybe attack him a little because he's defending, playing very defensive cricket here at the moment, Fleming. And Sri Lanka not having any close-in fielders at the moment.
Next ball is glided towards third man by Fleming. And that's the end of the 7th over. Namibia 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So Namibia progressing to 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. 7 overs have been completed. Sri Lanka has been pretty economical, keeping tight and making sure they bowl wicket to wicket, making use of the conditions here at BRC Grounds. And it's Chaminda Rajapaksa back into the attack, bowling his 5th over. And this time playing that ball uppishly Fleming. He was ready for it on the front foot. And a strange looking shot, but quite effective though. virtually spooned it down towards the square leg region and picking up a single.
That seems to be his pet shot. He's tried it a couple of times before as well. When the ball's pitched on a good length somewhere around off stump, he likes to, pick it off his pads towards the long leg, square leg region.
Well, we have not seen a similar shot being played by any of the batters yet. So perhaps, Shashika, that's a new shot that will come into being called. In cricket, maybe it will be called the Fleming spoon. We have seen dill spoons, all kinds of shots, helicopter shots, all kinds of various names being called for different types of tactics being employed by current day cricketers and especially the batters. And that time Gauss opening his account by pushing that ball into the vacant area down the mid-wicket region. So Chaminda Rajapaksa will probably have to do something a little bit different here. He has a slip in place. The ball now easily coming through. The bounce is also becoming quite consistent. We are still into the 8th over of the day. Dry, humid conditions here at the BRC. And well, fantastic conditions for cricket. And lovely cricket it was yesterday and all the other days, the first 4 days. And here we are on to the 5th day of this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. And you're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, as we provide this live stream for you to enjoy cricket at home. A very warm, humid day here at the BRC. But I'm sure you're in the cooler shades at your home, or maybe even in your office, or perhaps driving to office. And we watch the next delivery played uppishly, and that has been taken by the short extra cover fielder. Good catch. That was a pitched up delivery, invited the batsman to go to the drive, and a lot of bottom hand on that occasion, hitting it in the air, Fleming, straight to the short extra cover fielder, who holds on to a good catch.
Yes, Damindu Vijaysekhar holding on to that catch. We see the replay, pitch right up. The batsman going through with the drive, but not controlling that shot. Bottom hand coming into play and resulting in looping easy catch to Damindu. So there we go. Second wicket down for Namibia. It's Fleming this time. He departs for 10 runs of 27 deliveries. And the score is 22 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome back. 2 for 22. Namibia in a spot of bother. Live pictures coming to you from the BRC ground in Colombo. So the new batter for Namibia, who's come to bat with shades it seems. He's trying to cut down the glare. That is with this bright, sunny, humid day here in Colombo. An additional slip being brought in for the new batter. Another teasing delivery. Good areas, bowling outside the off stump as Chaminda concludes his 4th over. 8 overs completed, 22 for 2, Namibia.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the papare.com.
So Namibia 22 for the loss of 2 wickets. 8 overs have been completed in their innings. Sri Lanka keeping very tight, keeping it very simple. Bowling wicket to wicket, hitting the right areas on the wicket. And both the opening bowlers, Chaminda Rajapaksa and Renuka Nonis, certainly troubling both the opening batsmen. Both the opening batsmen have in fact been sent back to the pavilion into the cooler shades. And now out there in the middle is Gauss and also Strange. Yet to open his account as Sri Lanka makes the first change as they bring in a spinner and the very first delivery. Well. The batsman very tentative on the front foot there. Didn't cover his line right. And wrapped on the pads, loud appeal. And all the close in fielders, the slip and the gully going up in unison with the wicket keeper. And Asoka De Silva lifts the dreaded finger.
That's as plumb as it could be. Deon Gauss gone. LBW. Bo Wijesekara, first ball of his spell. 3 wickets down, Namibia for 22 runs.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
So it was not umpire Asoka De Silva who was officiating yesterday. So getting the two names mixed up. Peter Williams, it was that who raised the finger from the far end, rolling the batsman LBW. So Namibia losing their 3rd wicket, Shashrika.
Yes, Daminda Wijesekara straight away into the attack. He's been the pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka. This is the 2nd time I'm seeing him live in action, and I must say, looks very, very impressive. Even at this age category, he's got his basics still in place. I can only imagine how good he would have been in his prime youth as a left-arm spinner. So he's still showing credentials of being an extremely good left-arm spinner. See, easy run-up, always on the spot, getting a bit of purchase here and there as well. He definitely is a handful and will be a handful for most batters in this tournament.
Well, you're certainly right. Maintaining impeccable line and length in the first 3 deliveries. And in the very first delivery, we picked up a wicket. And Namibia ruined their chances here. All what the batsmen have to do is settle down, take a good look at the conditions before they go on to play the shots. So Wijesekara had different ideas. It was a looping delivery, tossed it up and getting a little bit of drift as well. And as the ball hit the wicket, it had a little bit of a bite off the ground, off the wicket as well. And going straight through with the arm, wrapping the batsman right in front. No chance at all.
So Titus is off the mark. Strange yet to. It's another enticing delivery outside off stump. Getting a bit of purchase is Wijesekara. Now the batter needs to watch out the one that comes in straight. The one that did for the previous batter. So these are the variations that he has to deal with. That's short and wide. A ball that should have been put away. Unfortunately, batters not been able to capitalize on whatever the loose deliveries that has come their way. There we go. Once again, a thick outside edge towards the point region. They scamper through for a single. Score moves on to 24 for the loss of 3 wickets after 9 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited. Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Sri Lanka winning the toss in the morning, inviting Namibia to take first lease of the wicket, have them in trouble. 9 overs completed, 3 wickets down for 24. Chaminda Rajapaksa continuing to bowl. That time way outside the off stump. Shoulders arms allows it to go to the wicket keeper. So Sri Lanka employing a sweeper cover, a point, an extra cover, a mid-off. So 4 men on the offside and a slip. So 5 men on the offside. There's a deep fine leg on the boundary line. A short square. A mid-on. So 3 men on the onside. So the line and the length certainly will matter a lot. Chaminda Rajapaksa, no room for error here at all. Margin for error very, very minimal. As he comes and bowls. And this time once again plenty of width on this occasion. On the back foot, slashing at it. Not being able to get the full face of the bat, but enough to run it down towards the sweeper cover region. Picks up a single. Titus opens his account. He has got 1. Strange has got 2.
The pronunciation of that name is something that we are yet to confirm, but it's spelled as Strange, hence we call it Strange, but could be Strang. So
could be Strang. Yeah, I believe it sounds. Check that out.
We ask for forgiveness from the Strang or Strange family. It's purely because we don't know the pronunciation of this name. However, it's spelled as Strange, so we'll call him Strange for the moment.
So you call him Strange, I'll call him Strang.
Correct.
So fantastic delivery on that occasion, Chaminda Rajapaksa. That ball, back of a length, on mid-line leg, keeping it low. And Titus on the back foot, covering the stumps. And hurrying that shot. You have to play a hurry shot. That ball skidded through, keeping low. Now this is the unevenness of the wicket that we were talking about earlier. It's a 2-pace wicket. We can see closer to us. And the end where the ball keeps a little bit high, the bounce being a little bit more predictable. But at the far end, you could see at times the ball keeping low and also skidding through as well, perhaps hitting a bit of grass out there.
Yes, there is certain areas with more grass than some, so you're right. It could be 2-pace, the wicket, as we come to the conclusion of the 10th over, 25 for 3, Namibia.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So Namibia put into bat 25 for 3 after 10. They need a partnership here. This is the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Daminda Vijayasekara, former All Indian cricketer, played for Bloomfield and Hatton National Bank. Had the privilege of playing with him in his younger days.
I was mentioning previously on air as to how competent he seems as a left-arm spinner even at this age category. I only wonder how good he was in his prime youth.
He was very good. He was one of the top leading left-arm spinners. And given a little bit air on the location and strange strength, rather, trying to go over the top. Pusa, how hard is it to keep your fitness levels at this age?
Yeah, that's probably one of the most challenging things, especially for these lads who are into their 50s. That's something that we all hope that they've looked into before entering the tournament. It's very demanding. Games been played almost on each day. So in terms of fitness, especially under these hot, humid conditions in Colombo, it will be very demanding, and one really hopes that they are well hydrated. See the next ball, Hoik towards square leg. The batters cross through for a single. Yes, I'm pretty sure that they would have been aware about the participation of this tournament, and they would have been doing some strenuous fitness programs, I guess. I hope so.
Yeah, they have to be. You're not playing 25 overs, you're playing 45 overs. And even if you're not a bowler, Pussy, like, the hard part is on this humid conditions, sitting it out for 45 overs. That's not easy.
Not an easy task at all. I mean, even if you expect someone in their 30s to do something, to come on a daily basis and be under the hot sun for 3 days is not the easiest thing that you could ask for. So especially for these guys, it's very commendable indeed to take on the challenge and to be out there in the park to produce good quality cricket. As we see the next one, Hoiked over mid-on, one bounce into the boundary. So Strange accepting the challenge. I mean, they're looking for that wicket, tossing the ball outside off stump, but the batter dismisses that for a boundary. The score moves on to 31 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
refreshments for the players. Much needed one. There you go. These are the leading run scorers. Giles from England. He leads the batting averages. Sanju Veerasinghe, former Anandian cricketer and SSC Tamil Union player, now residing in the USA. He's up there as well. Saman Janta, he's got 138 runs for Sri Lanka. Not playing today.
It's nice to see a Sri Lankan who is representing USA being the second highest scorer of the tournament. So new bowler Dilshan being introduced to the attack on the commentary box end. Wide been called the very first ball that he bowled. Must get his radar right, support the good work done by his teammate from this end. Seems to be having a bit more pace than his previous teammate.
Seems to look to push it a bit quicker through than Rajapaksa, who's bowling from this end. But the important factor now, where Sri Lanka is concerned, to press on this advantage. They got picking a couple of wickets, put the pressure on Namibia. You got a rest day coming up tomorrow, going into the next day. Time for those muscles to relax. Short, wide, and put away. Very comfortably.
There we go. Strange, easy pickings for him. The extra pace being the disadvantage for Dilshan this time around, especially because it was short and wide. Asking to be hit. There's no sweeper, hence the batter getting an easy boundary.
Strange, not looking strange as he saw that ball, comfortably putting it away.
We only hope his actual name is Strange and we're not mispronouncing it. The next ball is called wide. He's been a bit erratic from the outset, from the very first ball. He needs to find his radar. 7 runs conceded of 2 deliveries thus far. Dilshan, who once was the General Secretary for Lankan Cricket Club, a premier team in Sri Lanka, who now plays in the Division 2 tournament. So he's been involved with cricket. He has a facility in Nugegoda, the Bouncer Cricket Academy. So he's still very involved with the game, hence the enthusiasm to be a part of this tournament, I'm assuming.
But at the moment, he's struggling to get himself online in this game. He's releasing the pressure that the previous bowlers created. Namibia 39 for 3. If you just joined this coverage, we're live from the BRC. It's Namibia taking on host Sri Lanka in the IMC Over-50s. That's another wide. This is going to be a long over.
I think the skipper needs to have a word with him. Probably ask him to go hold cross seam. Just bowl wicket to wicket. Because if he's just opting to go seam up, is probably why the ball is deviating to either direction. So advice from the captain potentially could be to hold cross seam. But we see once again, he's holding it upright. Again short and wide this time. There is a sweeper. So it'll be just a single.
Now, our viewers might be wondering, you're having colored clothing, but it's not played with a white ball. It's been played with a pink ball. So that's how the tournament has measured out, and that's what the organizers have decided, that they will use the pink ball instead of the white ball.
Yes, the pink ball is a very recent addition to cricket. You see the pink ball test happening around the world.
Day-night test.
Day-night test. So cricket is evolving. Who knows? You never know. You might see a purple ball later on in 15, 20 years' time.
Yeah, because you see, we started off how shortened the game has got.
They could opt not to have lights and play with a luminous ball.
Yeah, you never know. Things are very strange, how things happen, especially in franchise cricket. But we'll talk more of that. It's the end of the over. It's 41 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Small partnership building up between these two. Strange and Titus. Daminda Vijayasekara will continue his left arm spin. From the Coles cricket ground in. Was a little bit more quicker in his younger days through there, but now it's just a little bit of drop and a lobby that we can see, but he's really still a very keen cricketer at this age.
Indeed, Vijayasekara want to try and get something out of this wicket. He got 3 important scalps in that game against Zimbabwe. Dismissed the top order with ease. A partnership nevertheless building up here for the 4th wicket. 19 of 25 deliveries. Strange and Titus. Strange taking the attack on. He's been the main contributor in this 20 runs partnership. The last wicket of Dion Gauss. He was dismissed when the score was at 22. It was trapped LBW by Vijayasekara. Vijayasekara bowling at the left hand. Just will have to change things up. It's more comfortable bowling at that right hand. The matchup's coming into play now.
Short turned around, but they'll only get a single.
A quick single to end the 13th over. Namibia, after being put into bat, 43 for 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
43 for 3. Titus and Strange trying to rebuild the Namibian innings. Dilshan been given his second over. Didn't have the best of his first. Couple of bites and conceding a boundary. Let's see how he goes about with the left-hander. Wide again. So something's not right for Dilshan at the moment. Dilshan's shifted to going around the wicket now. Big swing and a miss. And he's gone. He's castled. Trying to go for a big heave. Titus. He departs. The fourth Namibian wicket falls. And Dilshan finally gets one on line.
Indeed, Titus just trying to break the shackles. Misses bat and ball, and his furniture being demolished. As you see the replay, Dilshan right on the money. And you miss, I hit, says Dilshan. As Sri Lanka have struck and broken this partnership as well. As Titus is being bowled 4 of 14. As Zimbabwe now in deep trouble, 44 for 4. Welcome back as Zimbabwe in a spot of bother in the middle. 44 for 4.
Well, I thought we were playing Namibia.
Namibia, rather.
Well, the excitement's just caught up on you, Matt. That's Sri Lanka beat Zimbabwe in a previous game. They beat the USA. And they beat the UAE yesterday. Dilshan, the new batter, and he starts off with another wide. Now, okay, I'll just bring some trivia into this whole picture. Now, you see, if you take Colombo, there are two venues that you have about 3 to 4 grounds surrounding each other all the time. If you take Maitland Crescent, you have the SSC, the NCC, the CCC, and the Sports Ministry grounds, where you have 4 grounds. You have 3 cricket grounds, 1 ground that plays rugby, and 1 ground that facilitates athletics and other sports. And if you take this area around, you got the Colts, the BRC, the Havelock Sports Ground, which plays rugby, and you got the Pedris Park, which helps with blue athletics.
They're just a massive sporting facility. 2 simultaneously games being happened here. Close, and that's a close one. As Amara Singh has struck early, as Janice doesn't trouble the scorers, as Sri Lanka have got another breakthrough. As Namibia out of the batting lineup back in the hut. And straight up front, easy decision, plumb in front.
Hit him on the back leg, and that is going to hit all 3 stumps for sure. Right on the money, Dilshan. So William Janice makes a quick walk back rather than coming in.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Bhusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitam 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Dilshan Amrasingh, 2 wickets in this over. Namibia have the batting lineup back in the hut. And in a spot of bother, Namibia as Ken Joseph walks to the middle. Amrasingh once again troubling the batsman in the middle. Strange has been a lone warrior in the middle for Namibia. He's got his work cut out if they are to put up a fighting total on the border. That is quite far out now. Cut away to get off the mark. A slight fumble in the field helps them to cross over. Good fielding nevertheless.
You're talking about a fumble. I thought that was a very good effort for a 50-year-old.
Indeed, putting in the hard yards these over-50s. And what a delivery to the set batsman in the middle to conclude that 14th over. Namibia 46 for 5.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Spin of Vijay Sekhar to continue from the Coles Cricket Club end. And Kosal, you don't normally see in a ground another ground being named as an end as well.
I didn't get you, sorry.
Normally you don't see in many grounds the other end, one end of the ground being named as the other name of the ground.
Yeah, very rarely. Yeah. You call it the Coles ground end. But now with Colombo skylines coming in, Colombo changing, I would call it the Havelock City end.
Indeed. Trying to break the shackles is Strange. Trying to take the attack on now. He needs to play the lone handle and the long handle in the middle.
That one spun. That one just spun and bounced a little. So what Namibia really must be looking at, because you get the, if you look at the BRC, the shorter sides are the horizontal sides. None of them have really tried to capitalize on that. They all try to go over the top, looking at long on and long off, rather than trying to play square of the wicket where you have shorter boundaries on either side.
They're just trying to play in that way, which is not working for Namibia at the moment. Once again, as we speak, still opting for that tactic. Namibia in the middle, Strange. Playing some strange shots, Kosala.
Nobody has tried to sweep Naminda so far. We haven't seen a sweep shot implemented. Another fuller delivery. Lucky to get an inside edge on that. So Naminda is into his fourth over. Figures of I thought he had 2 for 12 rather than 1 for 12. That's better. Try to hit it square on the wicket. End of the over. 15 done. 48 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Double wicket in his previous over. Dilshan Amanda Singh to continue from the commentary box end. And as I welcome Harith Pereira to the com box, good morning to you.
Good morning, Reshwan. Good morning, everybody. That's a very positive shot. Piers Lestrange is on double figures. Somebody should come to the party and take them for a three-figure total.
Indeed, that boundary crosses the 50-run marker for Namibia. It's been tough going for them in the middle after being put into bat by skipper Shane Fernando. And surely Shane Fernando's call from the toss, his bowlers have responded and responded well.
The IMC 4th Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. Today the 4th day's play. Sri Lanka looking for their 4th consecutive victory.
White ball.
He's been erratic.
Yes, he's slightly been on the expensive side as well, but the wickets column doing justice to him in that previous over, getting 2 scalps. Sri Lanka, they have been sailing quite well from the word go in the tournament. Started off beating USA quite comprehensively, then beat Zimbabwe as well quite comprehensively, both chasers. And then just yesterday they beat UAE as well while chasing. So once again they have a chaser in their hands and they'll find it quite comfortably as things stand.
In yesterday's third day's play, there were some notable performances. The highest individual score, 109 not out. Giles Eccleston for England Over-50s. There was another 100 for Rory Ingram of Sri Lanka Over-50s. He 102 retired out he was. Then the bowling department, Nalaka Fernando of Zimbabwe Over-50s picked up 5 for 23. The second best behind 5 for 21 for Vian Smith against West Indies Over-50s for South Africa Over-50s. Then Pujit Udona on his home ground picked up 4 for 27 at Horana for Sri Lanka Over-50s yesterday. And then Indika Diseram, 3 catches for Sri Lanka Over-50s. He's been the standout fielder. That's the first time somebody has held on to 3 catches in this tournament so far.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable.
291 for 6 Sri Lanka Over-50s, 265 for 6 Australia Over-50s, 264 for 9 South Africa Over-50s, and that last 2 in that same match here yesterday.
Indeed, that was quite a high-scoring thriller here at the BRC. What a chase that was for Australia. That was not the case for the Australian men's cricket team up in R. Premadasa. They fell short of 49 runs yesterday in that first ODI. Amar Singh just wayward. He's been slightly on the expensive side. Just trying too many after getting those couple of wickets in his previous over. He hasn't been able to put that pressure on the batsman and try and get another wicket or two. Once again, taking that aerial route is strange. He's taking the attack on, even though he's losing partners from the other end as another over comes to an end. After 16 overs, Zimbabwe, after being put into bat, have been reduced to 54 for 5.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com. Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Welcome back as Sri Lanka's strike bowler from yesterday, Pujitha Uduwana, into the attack for the first time from the Coles Cricket Club end.
Yeah, Pooja Lesher is his concern. He is one of the main sponsors in the tournament. Serious Masters cricketer in the country. I believe the entire village came to see him bowl yesterday. Professional. Civil engineer. Oh, that's well played.
And indeed, he repaid his supporters yesterday with a brilliant bowling performance.
You know what he says? I want to bat. I don't see Rory Ingram on the field. Rory Ingram has done well, keeping wickets. Must be really difficult for Namibia. Namibia bowled out for 98 against Zimbabwe over 50s yesterday. That's the lowest team total in the tournament so far. Brian Rajadure of Sri Lankan origin captained the victorious Zimbabwe over 50s yesterday. Yeah, the BRC, different story here. End of over number 16, 58 for 5. Namibia Over-50s elected to put into bat.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 74 21 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Yeah, BRC, the manager, Milinda Rajapaksa doing a good job yesterday and today, looking after all the administrative work. Dr. Jagat Alvis supports BRC cricket in a big way. Old boy of Greenlands College then and Isipatana College now. He was the former chairman of the Selinco Group. He is now director of Selinco Holdings and the chairman of ICBT. Great sports promoter, sponsor. He's doing a lot for his alma mater, Isipatana College. Punyakanta Abe Gunasekara. Played for Royal, played for Bloomfield. Very active cricketer in age group cricket.
Punyakanta as well has been instrumental for Sri Lanka with the ball in hand. Manages to get breakthroughs, come and break those partnerships as well. Just steadying the ship here, Strange and Joseph. They're doing some rebuilding stuff in the middle for Namibia.
Still a lot of cricket left in this match. The tournament has picked up. There are people who are paying a lot of interest into this. Oh, that's well played. He picked his spot, past the bowler. Long chase for Dilshan Amar Singh. He was not going to get in. Just well struck. Ken Joseph, he has made double figure score before. 18 completed. Put it to bat Namibia Over-50s. Oh, could have been a great catch. Umpire Holland moving in the nick of time. 64 for 5 Namibia Over-50s.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pujitha Uduvana continuing to bowl the same style for Suwanji Madanayaka. He's picked up 2 wickets in each of the matches that he has played, the first 3. This was his home ground. He was a former captain of the Burger Recreation Club and he has a ground record of 100 wickets and 1000 runs at BRC. Venue record that is for him.
That's some stat, Haritha.
Oh yeah, he's played a lot of cricket. He'll probably play over the next 2 games against 2 of the stronger sides, England on Saturday and New Zealand on Monday. So Strange, I like the way he's shaping up. He's made an important 20. Last wicket fell at 44, so the partnership is 21. There was a 22-run 4th wicket partnership 2. So that has been equal now. played off the leading edge. Skipper Shane Fernando couldn't reach it. It was way away from him. That's Indika Diseram, who did the fielding from the Sipakawa position. End of 19. Putting to bat Namibia Over-50s, 67 for 5 against Sri Lanka Over-50s.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papre TV, Dialogue View app and the papre.com.
Punyakanta Abegunawardene to continue.
Abegunasekara, this is Rashwan. PK as is fondly known. That's what's in his jersey back too. That will run down to the boundary at fine leg. Downhill. Oh, no stroke offered. Oh. The umpire from England says no stroke offered.
That will be a dead ball, is it?
Yeah. John Holland from England, and the other umpire is Peter Williams from New Zealand. Shane Fernando will feel comfortable at the end of this game. That's the Namibian support clan. Oh, he picked the gap up on the onside. Wide of Ruin Piris and Indika Diseram. Well played, Strange.
That's an important boundary and a welcome boundary for Namibia. Just trying to break the shackles now. Concerning partnership brewing up as well for the 6th wicket. Well played once again, Strange. He's trying to steady his ship. It's not being easy going for Namibia in the middle. But Strange looks like he's batting on another wicket. A big heave to make it a dot ball. So after 70 breakthrough rather, castled as Strange start after having a boundary that over, and an important partnership being broken now here. Tossed up,
missed it completely. Well bowled. Wicket for Abegunasekara, and the Strange goes for 28.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So welcome back to the BRC Grounds. Sri Lanka taking on Namibia, and Sri Lanka captain Shane Fernando on a winning streak. 3 consecutive wins against the USA, Zimbabwe, and yesterday they beat UAE very convincingly. And here they are now taking on the Namibians. Namibians, of course, lost their first 2 matches. But perhaps a mind-pleasing performance today so far. A difficult wicket to bat on. They were put into bat by the captain of the Sri Lankan side, Shane Fernando, as I said earlier. And well, they have negotiated the difficult part. And now, of course, they have lost 6 wickets, 6 for 71.
Yeah, well, it's been stops and starts. If you look at, they had a good partnership for the 4th wicket. And even for the 6th wicket, they had a decent partnership building between Strange and the current batter on the other side. So here's Pujitha with his left arm spin. One thing I'll tell you about this lad, Ashley Pujitha, is a very enthusiastic cricketer. He's so keen in the game that he's so dedicated. Built his own ground in Bandaragama. And
well, certainly an asset to the Sri Lankan cricket, Pujitha Uduvana. Well, you're certainly right. I think everybody involved in the cricketing fraternity in Sri Lanka know who he is now. Building a ground of his own with all the infrastructure. It's supposed to be a wonderful location. That looked like a very, very close stumping. Though the appeal was made, the umpire did not respond. Umpire John Holland and Peter Williams, the 2 officiating umpires today.
Coming back to Pujitha, he played as a product of DS Lanka College, Colombo. Didn't play much for the college, but then he's been very much involved in the DS Lanka Division 3 side, the old Serenakans. He's the one who's been keeping that team going and still plays his cricket around.
Yes, and academic as well, engineer by profession, I'm told. And well, he certainly has put his money where it is worth as far as cricket is concerned, building that wonderful infrastructure for cricket in Bandaragama, maintaining it, managing it, and also one of the principal sponsors of this IMC Over-50s World Cup as well from Sri Lanka.
And this time, it works, and that is the end of Joseph, I presume. And Pujitha gets his wicket, and Namibia lose their 7th. Let's take a look at this again. Tossed up delivery, going for the big one. And that bat came down very late, Ashley.
Very slowly indeed, and that is the end of Joseph. Did swing his bat quite well, got to 9 of 13 deliveries. Stumped by the wicketkeeper Priyantha of the bowling of Uduvana. He picks up his first.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
So it's just a matter of fact how much Namibia can put on the board, try to get to that 3-figure mark, maybe 125, try and get their bowlers to make a match out of it. But at the moment, it looks one-way traffic, Ashley.
Well, you're certainly right. One wonder whether they'll be able to surpass the lowest total that was also scored by them yesterday, 96 against Zimbabwe, but they'll be able to get past that, and that is the lowest total yet in this tournament so far. Today is the 4th day in this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Stage for the 4th time. It was played first in 2018 using the pink ball, with Australia defeating Pakistan in a cliffhanger by 3 runs. And then 2020 the tournament was abandoned due to COVID, though a few matches were played, and then we see the over coming to an end, 73 at the end of 18 overs.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
So as I was saying, the first Over-50s World Cup happened in 2018, won by Australia, defeating Pakistan. And 2020, the game was abandoned, the tournament was abandoned. And in 2023, once again in South Africa, it was won by England, defeating South Africa. England scoring 267, South Africa folding up for 202. And now here we see the fourth occasion being played in Sri Lanka. And 16 teams taking part. 56 matches being played back to back. And these are young men, little over 50 years though, and giving it all they can.
I would say young at heart and young at physique.
Well, looking at them, the way they were throwing themselves in the field, even yesterday and the days before as well, even today, in these hot, stifling conditions, they are certainly giving it all what they got.
Also the dedication, isn't it, to the time concern. Obviously, most of these are very professional people in their day-to-day life, running businesses, working for leading establishments, holding various responsible posts. So the time that they're dedicated towards this, that's why you need to give them credit.
Well, you're certainly right, Kosala. You yourself have been a great cricketer in the past, as Haritha, who has also represented BRC and also played with distinction. Many of us have played the game well, and we know the love we have for the game. And there what you see here out in the middle is a commitment of these players. Well, they have many other things to do, but here they have the pure love for the game and the want to be a part of it, which augurs well for the game. And certainly now we see plenty of Masters tournaments being played across the world. There is over 60s coming up, over 70s coming up, and over 40s already being played as well.
It's interesting, isn't it? Just keep the period. It's the end of another Punjakantha over. 74 for 7 at the end of 22 is Namibia.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So welcome back to the BRC Grounds. Play resumes after a brief stop. And bowling so far for the most wickets rather in the tournament so far. Ali has picked up 9 wickets in 3 matches, and Rees yesterday, well, he bowled his heart out. He has also picked up 8 wickets in 3 matches, and Vian Smith 7 wickets for him, the South African, and Julian has picked up 7 wickets, and of course Rakesh Chavan from Canada has picked up 6 wickets. Strangely, not a single Sri Lankan in this yet.
And also strangely, 3 Welshmen in the top 5.
Well, the performance of the Welsh players certainly not a surprise. Ivan Rees has in fact recorded 1,000 runs in over-50s cricket, and with a strike rate, and in addition to that an average of 49.9 for over-50s player. Brilliant cricket indeed.
Pujita will continue from the Coles Cricket Ground end. Actually, you could say the Coles Cricket Ground end, but now with all these skylines coming in Sri Lanka, I would call it the Havelock City end.
Well, why not? Skyscrapers to the right of us. The cameras perhaps will show some of these skylines from the BRC Grounds, from the commentator's box. It's wonderful to see. But of course, it's a kind of overcast conditions as well. The air pollution has not been very good for Colombo in the recent days. You could see there seems to be kind of haze around. One wonders whether we are in Haputali or Nuwara. So Udwana continuing that teasing line of his, tossing the ball up, inviting the batsman to come on the front foot there, if not get to the pitch at the delivery. And Rensburg content to be at his wicket and playing more or less from the crease as he punches the next ball down the ground and picks up a single.
They're coming back for 2. Good running. There's a chance of a run out. Was he in? Yes, I think he's okay.
Direct hit, and that would have been in for him, but then of course the fielder reacting a little slow down there on the boundary line, prompting the 2 batters to take the second run and testing his arm there. Final delivery coming up of the 23rd over. Namibia 76 for 7.
A dot ball will end over number 23. It's 76 for 7.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Punyakanta will start a fresh over. We call him PK, Ashley. Had the privilege of playing alongside him and against him. Went to Nalanda College, Colombo. Played his cricket with Bloomfield.
It's a wonderful personality, PK. Serves in the Mercantile Cricket Executive Committee as well. Very simple, down-to-earth man. Takes his cricket very seriously. I too have played a little bit of cricket with him. And certainly a fine all-rounder. Very much involved with the game. This time swapping it from wide outside the off stump down towards the mid-wicket region. The intention's clear. Anything a little loose, anything a little bit of width, the batsman will go after it. They have to keep the scoreboard moving as well. They got only 77. The 24th over now happening. Just about 3 runs and over. Last man to go was Ken Joseph. He fell for 9. Chancing his arm a little bit too much. And stepping out. Missing his footing. And he was stumped. Smart bit of wicket keeping by the wicket keeper. And we see next delivery, a pleasing delivery, or rather pleasing shot on the offside. Not much footwork though, but good hand-eye coordination. Full face of the bat on offering. And a couple of feet this way or that way that would have sped to the boundary.
Oh. As you said, we are not seeing much foot movement from the batter. He's just playing it from the crease. Punyakantha might be trying to spin one back at him.
So there we are once again playing from the crease and fielded on the follow through by PK. End of the 24th over. Namibia being put into bat 77 for 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog New app and the papare.com.
So Pujita starts a fresh over. Now this is Pujita. If you really look at him, he's got a very interesting action. If you look at his non-bowling arm, it just drops off very quickly. No, I was not looking to be right, but like he just rushes that ball very quickly. So that what I'm trying to say here is it surprises the batsman because it comes a little bit earlier.
Well, as he comes round the wicket, you could see the pivot is perfect as well. He's certainly using that pivot and then also the momentum of his body as it comes across to spin that ball. So that's what he's all about for a left arm leg spinner off or a right arm off spinner. As he gathers and then he comes into the delivery stride and the first your shoulder goes up on the left side and then you pivot your body and exactly you can see on the front foot there.
See that bowling arm, he just throws it up from a very lower trajectory.
Absolutely. So enabling him to get some spin and then also to get the ball across quickly, and he does bowl that a quicker delivery as well, the arm ball, which takes a batsman more often than not by surprise.
Oh, that is good. That was good. Was that a stumping?
Close call. Rensburg once again.
This is what we are telling about. There you go. That time. He keeps a lot of there. And he just gets that ball to rip very well. That's what he's doing. Very good for somebody at this age.
You're certainly right. With age, your arm speed goes down. But Uduvana seems to be very much in control. He has so far bowled 5 overs. Given away only 12 runs. Picking up a wicket in the process as well. Here he is now coming for the final delivery of the 25th over. Once again, on the front foot, very defensive Rensburg. Bat and pad very close together, pushes it down the track. The bowler fields on the follow through. 25 overs completed. Namibia been put into bat 78 for 7.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Punyakantha to continue. Sri Lanka just 3 wickets away from wrapping up this Namibian innings as I welcome Shashrika to the combox.
Still good morning, Rishwan. So I was going to say good afternoon, but now it's still 10 minutes to 12. Anyway, Rensburg and Fennessy trying their level best to bat out the overs. Punyakantha into his 5th over has been economical. 79 for 7. Now Sri Lanka, they should probably be a bit more proactive, try to attack, get these 3 wickets. And as we mentioned before as well, net run rate might come into consideration later on. So it's always better to finish it off when you have the opportunity.
Indeed. Mind for Sri Lanka, they will have to play England and New Zealand next, which will be 2 interesting games coming up for the hosts. Punyakanta has a solitary wicket in him, but he would want to chip in with a couple of wickets to dent this Namibian innings. Try and wrap things up as soon as possible.
Next one's driven down towards the long on region. They've crossed through for a single. Fennessy moves on to 5. Score moves on to 80 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Wide delivery, not the best of deliveries from Punyakanta. Fennessy trying to have a go at it, but misses it. Nevertheless, and another dot ball to end that 26th over. Namibia, after being put into bat in a soft spot of bother, 81 for 7.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Looks like a bowling change from the other end. Skipper Shane Fernando has brought himself on.
Skipper Shane Fernando had a very good outing yesterday, scoring 80-odd runs. A reluctant bowler at most times. Even though he's a reluctant bowler, he manages to get a few wickets. So let's hope from a Sri Lankan perspective that he'll run through this tail. One thing's for sure, he's a very accurate spin bowler.
Indeed, normally comes and bowl at the latter part of the innings, and he manages to wrap things up. And the biggest question will be, can he do this here as well today? Just the 3 wickets left in the Namibian innings. Is Shane Fernando. Just beats the outside edge.
There we go. Spot on from the very first ball. Slightly quicker through the air. Beating the batsman Norlands up.
Ken Joseph was the last dismissed batsman for Namibia. He was departed for just 9 runs off 13 deliveries. Bowled Pujita Uduvana. He was stumped by Rajapaksa.
Batters cross through for another single down towards long on. Fennessy and Rensburg. They're trying their very best to ensure that the allotted overs are completed. Shane Fernando conceding just 1 run off the first 4 deliveries. Very close call. See the bills dislodged. It seems like it came off the pads of the wicketkeeper. So we see the replay. Yes, clearly off for the wicketkeeper. It's lobbed up once again. Yes. A potential missed opportunity. The batters cross through for a couple. The slip fieldsman slightly wide and runs. 2 runs there to Fennessy that completes the 27th over. A half chance goes a begging. Namibia 84 for the loss of 7 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
The projected score, the currents, it'll be around 140. They'll be very hopeful to get there. With 3 wickets in hand, with the credentials we've seen thus far with these two, highly unlikely, but cricket is a funny old game. Unexpected things happen, and from a Namibian perspective, let's hope that unexpected things will happen today.
Indeed, Namibia would want to get to a respectable total here. Yesterday they were bundled out for 98 against Zimbabwe. As you see, the Coles Cricket Ground, the live action from there as well. The game between Zimbabwe and USA, if I'm not mistaken.
So wide signalled. Punyakanta slipping it through, short and wide, called correctly by the umpire. The IMC 50 overs World Cup in full flow. Once again, driven uppishly towards the mid-off region, slightly wide away from Punyakanta. Maybe Punyakanta a couple of decades ago could have tried for it, but nevertheless, a good attempt.
Indeed, this day and age, those can be quite a big task. But once again, ticking over the runs of Namibia.
It's very encouraging and very refreshing to see such a tournament, Reshwan. I mean, you don't expect this sort of competition, especially at this age category. It's been enthralling, it's been competitive, it's been of good quality. What more could you ask for?
Indeed, the quality of cricket is right up there. Last evening we saw here at the BRC Grounds 265 being chased by Australia. That shows how challenging and how exciting this tournament is.
One thing's for sure, such tournaments will live on for the rest of these players' lives. They'll cherish these moments. Never would they have expected to represent their country in a World Cup. That has come to pass now. Conclusion of the 28th, 86 for the loss of 7 wickets. Again, very good delivery by Shane on the mark. Quicker through the air. This has been his strength. He's been a bowler who's always been there and thereabout, giving no freebies for the batsman. There we go this time around. He's held it, hasn't he? Yes, a brilliant catch by the first slip fieldsman. There was a bit of confusion in the middle and up here as well. We were wondering what's going on. The batter refused to walk out. However, the dismissal was so obvious, eventually he had to.
Indeed, Rory Ingram grabbing onto that excellently well. Clear inside edge, and what a take in the slip cordon. Rory Ingram, we often see him with the gloves in hand, but he's done well in the slip cordon as William Rensburg has to walk back after 6 of 25 deliveries. As Zimbabwe being reduced to 86 for 8. What a breakthrough. What a catch by Rory Ingram. Sri Lanka Over-50s have grabbed onto some brilliant catches in the tournament. First one in that game against Zimbabwe. A couple of screamers from Indigadi Seram and Priyanth Rajapaksa. And this time around, Rory Ingram.
That was no easy catch there, Ishwan. Especially seeing that Shane Fernando likes to slip the ball through at a brisk pace. Even though he's off spinner, he rushes the ball through in the air. So the deflection also carried very quickly towards the first slip fielder. He was slightly wide. We see him a bit closer towards the wicket keeper. Would have been blinded by the wicket keeper too. But good reflexes, and went into his left side and caught a beautiful catch to dismiss and get the 8th wicket for Sri Lanka. So Shane Fernando once again amongst the wickets. We mentioned that he's a reluctant bowler who picks up wickets.
Indeed, in the latter part of the innings he comes on and spins the web. As now Namibia just 2 wickets to bundle them out.
Bukes, the new batter. Bukes and Fennessy. Sounds a bit like some of the beverages we come across, restaurant. Bukes, Fennessy.
Indeed, quite similar names.
Yes, they cross through for a single. There's Bukes. Score moves on to 88. I think Fennessy should look to push on a bit. Look for the long handle. Whatever boundary is possible, especially it's a small ground, especially the sides of this ground, the 2 sides. Any decent connection would result in a 6. So, yes, the end of the 29th, 87 for the loss of 8 wickets. Namibia.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Back live as another bowling change here from the Combox end. It's like Sri Lanka strike bowler Daminda will be brought into the attack. Daminda Wijayasekara.
In my books, he's been the bowler for Sri Lanka. Following few of the games that they've been involved with, he's been remarkable. His action still looks very solid. how he manages to complete the action, how he manages to impart the necessary revs to get spin, how he manages to get that arm ball in as well. And all of that with the control that he has shown has been very remarkable.
Indeed, he's dominated proceedings once again as we speak. Gets the assistance from the wicket as well. You were there at that pitch report, Shashrika. I think what you predicted is happening right down in the middle.
Yes, Rashwan, generally the complexion of the wicket gives away most of it. If the complexion is slightly dark, you understand that there is some sort of moisture content in the wicket, and it also would be very obvious with this heat that it's going to disappear after a couple of hours. So the couple of hours being crucial, and I think most teams who bowl first have capitalized in that sense, and that's exactly what the Sri Lankan captain also wanted to do.
Indeed, so you reckon as the day goes, day progresses, the wicket will get better for batting?
Most certainly. I believe, whatever score that Namibia manages to get, that ball kept a bit low. That being said, it's rushing towards the boundary. Yes, 4 byes will be signalled. Yeah. With the dynamic batting lineup that Sri Lanka has, one would assume that this game might not go beyond 20 overs when they chase.
Indeed, Sri Lanka would want to get some batting practice as well, because they are to play 2 crucial games coming up against England and New Zealand, which will be they'll be tested for surely. And end of 30 overs, Namibia 93 for 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So we say very good afternoon to all our viewers. Namibia in this IMC Over-50s World Cup been put into bat by the Sri Lankans, have progressed to 93 for the loss of 8 wickets in 30 overs. Current run rate is 3.1, and Sri Lanka certainly putting the pressure on the Namibians, want to dismiss them quickly, and keeping an eye on the scoreboard, making sure that they finish this match by improving their run rate as well.
The captain of Sri Lanka Over-50s, Shane Fernando, is bowling. He is vice president of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, who is conducting this tournament for International Masters Cricket. Senrat Seneviratne is president. The former Pete Wright all-rounder, who also played for the adjoining Colombo Cricket Club and Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, the mercantile tournaments.
It's a Shane Fernando, the Sri Lankan skipper, bowling a tidy spell into his 3rd over, 1 wicket and conceding only 4 runs yet. Tossing the ball up, teasing the batsman with his flight and inviting the batsman to have a go at him. But Fenesi, different viewpoint of his game, more intent to protect his wicket, play from the crease and not take any chances.
The former media manager at Sri Lanka Cricket, Shane Fernando. That should fetch another easy single. I thought it would get more than that. But Amarasinghe covered ground quickly. Biljan Amarasinghe.
Shane Fernando operating from the Coles cricket ground ends, boarding his gentle right arm off spinners, or leg spinners rather.
You know, it was then Colombo Coles. Now it's Havelock City End.
It's Havelock City End. We see the over coming to an end. 31 overs completed. Namibia 94 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
The nominated skipper for Namibia before the tournament commenced was Davy Hartzenberg. But today, Leon Fleming is skipper, and their coach is Chris Freeman. There is no nominated manager for them. And the liaison officer is Isurunath Disanayaka. For Sri Lanka, Captain Shane Fernando, coach Harsha De Silva, manager Shanta Gunasekara, who is also a member of the Lanka Masters Cricket Association organizing this tournament. And the liaison officer is Sanjeeva Kadavatarachi, who is looking after the cricket at the adjoining Colombo Coles.
Daminda Vijayasekara back into the attack, bowling his 6th over. A nicely spelled by him. 14 runs considered, picking up a wicket. Keeping things very tight. One of the key strike bowlers, and this time given the air, and also the batsman hitting it up uppishly. Coming on the front foot there, Fenesi.
Fell short of Russell Ingram, bogging in from the long off fence.
Well, the batsman would have had his heart in the mouth because the ball was in there for a long time.
The Ingram brothers are doing a good job for Sri Lanka Over-50s. Rory Ingram in particular, a brilliant catch today on top of a 100 yesterday. He was retired out. And a score of over 50 before that. Kept wickets. He's at first slip at the moment.
Fantastic performance indeed by Ingram. As Vijayasekara certainly troubling the batsman, playing and missing. We see the over coming to an end. Only a single in that over. 32 overs completed. 95 for 8 Namibia.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So Harita, it's also important to comment on this infrastructure that we have for sports facilities in Sri Lanka. How most of these grounds are clustered in very close proximity. Now we are at BRC with a century-old history, and adjacent we have the Havelock Park, the Havelock's rugby grounds, and then in front of us we have the Colombo Coles cricket grounds. And these are all premier cricket playing venues. They have produced a number of national players and have been feeders continuously strengthening Sri Lanka cricket.
Yeah, I know. You have been one time former president of the Mercantile Cricket Association. You know how much of infrastructure development went during your time in that committee. Not only as president, but you were there for so many other years.
22 long years.
Okay. So it matters. It matters a lot. From the first time I set foot here, when I come in today, it's a different world. But hats off to the administrators right along.
You're certainly right. And you would have come here as a schoolboy long years back.
No, I came later than that. Schoolboy, I went and played with Heptula boys, and then I played my cricket immediately after school at Morutua CC. That club is no longer there. The Bakshan is then under Lal Piris.
So those are the great names of yesteryear cricket in Sri Lanka.
You must be remembering Lal Piris because of his Nalanda connections.
Nalanda. And then of course we see the final delivery coming up of the 33rd over. Shane Fernando. This time hammers it down towards the long off region.
I'm sure it would have been wide if he didn't make contact.
Well, you're certainly right. So there we see the 33 over coming to an end. Namibia being put into bat, 96 for the loss of 8 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So play pause for a brief period. Water being brought in to cool the thirst pangs of the players.
The magnificent Havelock City. Bird's eye view from there.
So for Namibia, the batting card, well, nothing much on it. 96 for 8. And 3 players have gone on to make double figures. Fleming, who opened the batting, 10 runs in 27 deliveries. Strange made 28. He looked pretty good. Tall, lanky figure, and he was good on the onside as well as on the offside, on both sides of the wicket more or less, on the front foot as well. Fennessy is the third man to get into double figures. He's yet out there in the middle on 10, having faced 40 deliveries, and apart from that, he has been all single-digit numbers for the Namibian batters.
The bowling so far, Chaminda Rajapaksa picked up the first 2 for 10. Dilshan Amarasinghe picked up 2 wickets in the same over, 2 for 21. He's been very erratic as far as he's concerned.
Well, we saw some nice views of these large skyscrapers to the right of us from the BRC Grounds. And well, how this skyline has changed here from the good old days. Even the BRC Grounds, which had only a matin wicket the time we came here to play cricket. And now, of course, there are about 7 to 8 turf strips as well. And we are the fortunate people who have seen all this infrastructure development and some of the wonderful work that has gone in. And we also forgot about the ground behind us. So there are 4 grounds. Pedris football ground is also behind us, which is used by most of the schools for their sports activities as well, sports meets and so on and so forth. So to the left of us, we have Havelock Park, the famous rugby grounds. In front of us, we have, of course, we are at the BRC, and in front we have Coles and Pedris grounds behind. and it's a cluster of sporting infrastructure. As you see, the next delivery being hammered down towards the mid-wicket range, and that has been connected well and into the vacant area, down towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. And with that, Namibia posts their 100 as well.
Their 50 came up in the 16th over for the loss of 5 wickets. The next 50 runs, they've lost 3 wickets, and they have taken 18 overs to get there. Never mind. But I'm glad they made 100 runs.
You're certainly right. Keep the match interesting as well. Fennessy has got to 14 of 44 delivery. I've been there for a long time. And that delivery was forced away on the onside, forcing a change in the field as well. Shane Fernando.
Julian Fennessy. He's against Daminda Wijayasekara, who is by far the most economical, tactically sound and successful spinner. As I said earlier, Suwanji Madanayaka, who's picked up 6 wickets in the first 3 games, is not playing in this one.
Wijayasekara once again. This time he fires it in. That ball pitching on midline leg and hurrying the batsman on the back foot there. Plays it defensively though. And no addition to the score. 34 overs completed. 8 wickets down for 100 Namibia.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So we were talking earlier about the venues in Sri Lanka. Of course, 15 venues been employed in this IMC Over-50s World Cup, and in most of them are in the western province of the country. And we were talking about the grounds adjacent to the BRC, and we cannot also forget Maitland Crescent, where some of the premier most cricket grounds are located as well.
Yeah, that Colombo 7 locality, SSC, NCC at Maitland Place, CCC at Maitland Crescent, Reed Avenue, you got Royal College and Bloomfield, then Vijayaram Mata MCA and DS Senanayaka. In that locality was also the former Nomads Cricket Ground, the municipality ground, the Colombo municipality, it's no longer there. The Nilum Pokuna auditorium is built there.
Beautiful location as we have played cricket there as well. A wonderful grounds, large ground it was. Had the turf wickets as well as the matin wicket. And is known is back into the attack, bowling his second spell now.
Yeah, the same thing can be said of Horana now. The Pujita Uduana cricket ground is there. Then the Army ground, the Domogoda Army Ordnance Corps ground. And then the Aaron Cricket Ground owned by Induni Lanthani. Not very famous, but still used for cricket. In and around Horana.
So there you are. Some interesting information of some of this cricketing infrastructure that you see around the country. Most of them located in the western province. Renuka Nonis from the Havelock City end. Bowling his second spell. Given away only 11 runs. Bowling his 5th over now. And Namibia 101 for 8. He'll be looking out at least 120, 130. To give any kind of opportunity for their bowlers. It's going to be a tall task for the Namibians.
Bukes surviving. They'll do very well to bat the next 10 overs after this. The story of batting 45 overs is big for them. I know we never expected this sort of resistance from them.
Well, you are certainly right. Bukes playing and surviving quite dangerously out there. Virtually standing on the crease there, be it on the front foot or the back foot. He doesn't move an inch forward, neither does he move an inch backwards. Very, very comfortable to stay on the crease. Only his bat sways from side to side. No foot movement at all. But content, he has already faced 14 deliveries to survive. And there once again he pushes the ball from middle and off down towards the short square leg region. No chance of a run. The mid-wicket fielder just trots across, picks it up. And there we see 35 overs have come to an end. Namibia being put into bed by Sri Lanka. Shane Fernando, the captain, has progressed 8 wickets down for 101.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Daminda Wijesekara starts a fresh over. It's been a very good resistance from Namibia to battle on. They've managed to get into the 3-figure mark. They've kept the Sri Lankans on the field for 35 overs.
Indeed, that is some win for Namibia, especially the likes of Fennes. He's faced 47 deliveries for his 15 runs. Showing some resistance in the middle. Bukes as well, supporting him well. 2 of 16. Wijesekara into his 8th over. It's been quite economical. Like to add another wicket or two and wrap things up for Sri Lanka. Once again, they cross over for a single. Scoreboard been ticking slowly and steadily. Runs not coming. The singles won't hurt Sri Lanka. But the time they remain on this field under the scorching heat here in Colombo will come into play as Wijesekara once again cut away straight to the fielder.
Slight change in the field now for Wijesekara. Gets one more man on the offside. Well, it's a matter of survival, isn't it? 9 overs to go after this. Can Namibia bat the quota of 45 overs? Can Sri Lanka get these 2 remaining wickets? They've tried so many bowlers now. They've almost given everybody an opportunity.
Yes, skipper Shane Fernando have run out of options now. Bowling options rather. Can he bring the pace of rather Renuka Nonis or Dilshan Namara Singh to just change the flow of the game? As 36 ended, Namibia 103 for 8. Pace comes on for Sri Lanka. Nonis.
These are the hard things, isn't it? When you find 9, 10 and Jack batting. Very little foot movement, but they manage to get the bat down in time. wonder whether you noticed that Renu Kanoni still has that grunt after the delivery.
Indeed, taking all the hard work here. Bowling right on the money now, known as it's been quite an economical day for him with the ball in hand. Still to get off the wickets column.
Banker by profession. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. And that will earn a boundary. What do you say? 125, 130. Game on. Challenge for Sri Lanka.
Indeed, Sri Lanka will have to bat well. And mind you, they don't have the likes of Saman Jayant in their ranks today as well. So they'll have to work hard to get the runs in.
But he's batted very decently, isn't it? Fenningsy, 19. He's battled it out for over 50 deliveries.
He's showing showing some fight in the middle. Very gutsy knock. Swing and a miss. He's trying to take the attack on to Nonis as the 37th over comes to an end. Namibia 108 for 8.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So Daminda Vijayasekara will finish off his spell. Oh no, it's Pujita who's been brought back.
Pujita, who had a brilliant day out yesterday at the BRC Grounds in Bandaragama, would want to try and recreate that performance from yesterday to wrap things up in this innings, says Pujita. Tosses it up. Neatly done by Bukes to get off strike. Uduana just the one wicket for him in this game. Got 4 scalps yesterday.
Good thing that we've seen from these two batters, they've managed to get bat on ball to anything that's been straight. And they played more within that range of mid-on, mid-off and extra cover. They're not trying to play across the line. That's why they try and almost. Let's take a look at that again. There you go. The moment he tried to go across, so we have a few Sri Lankans playing for other countries also in this tournament. We got the USA having Sri Lankans, Sajid Fernando, Sanjeev Veerasinghe, Jeevaga Veerasinghe rather. The Canadians have 4, Brian Rajatore and company.
Even the likes of Zimbabwe's Devel Nalaka Fernando displayed an important role in that outfit as well.
Now, in my school days, I'll come back to that after this in the next over. That's the end of over number 38. It's 110 for 8.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක්. ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
Skipper Shane Fernando brings himself on from the Colts Cricket Club end.
Havelock City.
Havelock City end, as you mentioned, Kosala. And the score is on 1-1-1 now. Kosala.
Nelson.
Can Sri Lanka get a breakthrough now? Changing the field around is Shane Fernando. Skipper brings back Indika Disharam to a more attacking area.
Vanavin sliding down the leg side. Now Fernando hails from St. Thomas's Pitacote. He's played his Cote, St. Thomas's. Played his cricket there. Played for UAE. Oh, it's a nice looking shot. And also, Shane Fernando hails from a musical background family. The famous Jeremy Fernando of Purple Rain.
Tries to come down and stumping, but Holland says otherwise.
Well, I think he didn't move his feet. He just tried to hit it from the crease. I don't think he moved his foot. There you go. Yeah, his foot was inside all the time. Because the ball went very slowly to the wicketkeeper.
Indeed, the batsman had enough amount of time to get back into the crease.
And I tell you, the wicketkeeper can't stump you from front. He has to wait till it comes in and he has to stump from behind.
Once again, cut away for a single. Namibia slowly and steadily frustrating Sri Lanka in the field now. These two batsmen close upon to 10 overs or so. The partnership there, you see 27 runs from 63 deliveries. Even though the run flowing is not very good, they're frustrating these fielders in the middle. 39 completed, Namibia 113 for 8.
Hoosa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Just giving that a big loop. Even though the wickets are falling in regular intervals for Namibia, they managed to reach that 40 over mark, which shows how much of temperament and how much of an hunger they have to bat in the middle. Safely home on that occasion, Fennessy. This is easy for Bukes. He's been shielding this batting lineup. Slight appeal, but well down leg side.
Well, during our school days, we had a game called the Rounders or French cricket. We're seeing something similar to that right now.
Tossed up once again. And is that a breakthrough? But referee, umpire Holland rather, says otherwise. Questions being raised, but nevertheless comes off the pad, says the official has 40 done. Namibia 114 for 8.
So Namibia put it to bat by the Sri Lankan skipper to 114 for the loss of 8 wickets. 40 overs have been completed. And it's back again, the Sri Lankan skipper from the Havelock City end, known also as the Coles Cricket Ground ends. Comes some bowls and this time gives a ball here. And that has been hammered down towards the extra cover region. Good looking shot. It was there to be hit. Just coming through with the air. Extremely slow off the wicket. And the batsman had all the time in the world to look at the field and put it where he wanted. And that's what he did.
So Fennessy getting a move on. He's moved on to 27 now. Into the 41st over. So Namibia slowly but surely fighting on towards a challenging score, I would say. They would look to bat out the 5 overs and get at least 140. That would be their aim.
The current partnership, 33 runs of 72 deliveries. This over, the first 2 deliveries, the first one has gone for 4. And the second delivery for a single. And Shane Fernando comes back very strongly. Bowling the wrong one on this occasion. And getting through the defense of Bukes, but though he was hit on the pads, it was outside the line of the stumps, so no appeal. Total remains 119 for 8.
Shane Fernando into his 6th over. The current run rate is at 2.93. Bukes taking on the challenge. His job here is to hang around until Fennessy gets hold of the run rate and maybe be a bit more aggressive in these last few overs.
Final delivery coming up of the 41st over. Playing and missing once again. And taken in by the wicketkeeper behind. 41 overs have been completed in the Namibian innings. 119 for 8.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So back to the BRC Grounds, Namibia 119 for 8. The Sri Lankans will have to be a little careful here, not to take things for granted. Namibia, the lowly Namibians, they lost the first 2 matches on the trot. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, won the first 3 matches very convincingly. They're into the 4th game now. But these are the easy games that in their draw in the Pool A. But after this, they have to face New Zealand. So they'll have to be very careful that they make sure that they win this match at all costs and then also post a healthy run rate.
Absolutely. The skipper ringing in a change, hitting all the fielders except the mid-on and the square leg fieldsman up to the circle. Trying to tie Bukes up in one end so that Fennessy will be deprived of the strike for the rest of the over. Clear tactics employed. There we go. A full bunger has been missed by Fennessy, by Bukes, beg your pardon. And that's the 9th wicket. Pujita Udwana captures the 2nd wicket. And as we see the replay, a full bunger missed by Bukes. And all cleans him up, all ends up, and that's the 9th wicket down for 120 runs.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Sri Lanka coming back strongly, picking up the 9th wicket. And Udwana persisting with that tossed up delivery of his. That was more or less a full toss. And Bukes, well, his eyes lit up when he saw the ball coming at him and made the cardinal mistake of playing across without playing it straight down the ground. And that's what he should have done. He would have been ruined the fact as he walked off. But he hung in there 38 deliveries for his 6 runs and making sure they toil the Sri Lankans in these harsh conditions here in Colombo. And well, Namibia, they've got now to 120 for the loss of 9 wickets. They still have a 9 more overs to go. Oh, I beg your pardon, 4 more overs to go. I was counting the 50 overs. It's 41 overs already completed. Well, it's not only the players who are 50 out there, but even in the commentary box, we have a few 50 pluses here as well. Well, it's all happening. So 41 overs have been completed. And Namibia 120 for the loss of 9 wickets. And Udwana to continue his over.
Nokia, the new batsman, famous South African name, Nokia. Jean-Louis Nokia facing his first ball, playing out towards the point region. Close call there.
A close call for both the non-striker and the bowler. He put his foot out. Very, very dangerous thing to do. If that ball hit him fairly and squarely on his ankle, that could have been very, very difficult for Udwana, and he could have certainly hurt himself. That was a full-blooded shot. Hit down the ground, and the bowler just getting his foot across and making sure the ball doesn't get past him. Certainly saved a couple of runs for Sri Lanka, but a very dangerous ploy indeed.
Oh, some purchase in the final delivery of the 42nd over. Pujitha Udwana surely mixing things up. Trying to spin a web around these Namibian players. Anyway, 42 down, 120 for 9. Change of bowling from the far end. Dilshan coming back into the attack. He struggled a bit in his first spell. He struggled to control his line and length. Bowled about 4 to 5 wides in 1 over. So let's hope he can wrap up this tail. But the challenge will be on. He is bowling against a set batsman, Fennessy, who's on 29 of 66 balls. He's looked quite assured at the crease, and I'm pretty sure he'll target these small square boundaries at the BRC Grounds.
You're certainly right. The Namibians will be looking at least another 10-15 runs if it's possible. They're down to the last wicket. The final 3 overs now in the offering for them. Dilshan from the Havelock City end, and that is... he actually held back that delivery way down the pitch, and the batsman on the back foot, hammering it down towards the sweeper cover region and picking up a single in the process. 121 for 9.
Dilshan, the bowler, must be pretty pleased with that. Again, struggling to find his radar. But if I was Fennessy, I would not have taken the single. Well, that being said, it's up to the fielding skipper to bring the field up close as well, and just to stop the singles to the number 11. However, I guess the captain, Sri Lankan captain, probably is opting out to, give out singles, because that won't be a great damage to the score. But Fennessy, on the other hand, now should clearly target. There we go, just as said, lofted it over the mid-off fieldsman. They scampered through for the second. No, it's a boundary. Is it? Two runs. Very close to the boundary, but well stopped by Ruin Pires there.
Ruin Pires very quick across the turf there. Managed to get his foot in and parry the ball inside the boundary line. And 2 runs nevertheless to the Namibians. So Fennessy now using the long handle. And this time a pleasing drive on the offside. Bisects the field between extra cover and Ruin Pires at long off. And down to the boundary speeds like a tracer bullet. A wonderful shot. Bat and pad very close together. Perfect technique.
Brilliant execution there. Bowler pitching it right up to the bat. And Fennessy just going through the line. Timing it as you said. And this BRC outfield doing the rest. Now it will be very tricky for the Sri Lankan captain on how he handles the field. What gaps there are for the batter. We see a wide gap in the mid-wicket region.
Well, Dilshan numbers once again a long hop on that occasion. But the batsman content to get on the back foot, just parry it down towards the short mid-wicket region. Didn't look for the single. He certainly will be wanting to rotate strike. And this is the final delivery coming up in the 43rd over. He'll try to get a single so that he maintains strike and certainly take the game on to the Sri Lankans.
Oh, once again short and wide, but missed it this time by Fennessy. And that's the end of the 43rd over. 128 for 9, Namibia.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So the 44th over of the Namibian innings coming up, and it'll be Uduwana to continue. He certainly has bowled pretty well, bowled well within himself, and have been able to contain the Namibian batting. Well, they have got only 228 for 9, and he certainly has bowled well and sticking to quite a consistent line and length. And now, interesting tactics coming up from the Sri Lankan captain as well. And he certainly will have to do things to tighten things up, Shashrika. One wonders what his plan would be.
Yeah, precisely. Now, the number 11 is on strike. Ideally, I would have the long on fields when I'm mid-on. And even the long off-field at mid-off just to open the bait for him. Oh, there we go. That wraps things up for Sri Lanka. That's the end of the Namibian inning. 110-28 all out. Pujitha Uduwana once again up to his miserly trickery with his spin bowling. Batsman looking to go across the line. Missing that straight delivery as we see the replay. Yes, bowling wicket to wicket. And probably marginal call, but then again, probably going against a stroke that the batter played the umpire. Anyway, all in all, that wraps things up for Sri Lankan team. That's it, 128 all out. Namibia, the last batsman Nokia dismissed by Uduwana. And the chase will be on. It'll be a very interesting chase. The conditions look perfect for chasing. And the batters might come out and have a bit of a dash.
So Uduwana picking up 3 wickets for 16 runs. Bowling is 9th over. 8.2 overs for him. So very good outing for him. And certainly he picked up 2 wickets yesterday as well. Has been a mainstay. Yesterday picked up 4. Yes. So picked up 4 yesterday. And now the betting card coming up for Namibia. Fleming making 10. Well, not much to look at the scorecard. Only 3 batsmen getting to double figures. Fleming made 10 opening the batting. Strange made 28 of 47. And then way down the line, Fennessy. Well, what a wonderful innings by him. 36 of 71 deliveries. Held up the lower order of the Namibian innings. Helping them to get to 128 of 43.2 overs.
And we check the bowling card out for Sri Lanka. The key contributors, Uduwana with 3 wickets, Dilshan with 2, even though it was slightly expensive, and Chaminda with 2 wickets as well. So overall, a good day at the office for the Sri Lankan bowlers, managing to bundle this Namibian team for 128. They bowled 20 extras though, so that might be a bit of a minus or a negative point for Sri Lanka. However, the Sri Lankan camp will be pretty happy about this.
The highlights of the Namibian innings coming up. They were put into bat by the Sri Lankan skipper Shane Fernando, who won the toss. And well, picking up runs initially, though it was slow going for the Namibians. They played a couple of shots, pleasing shots on both sides of the wicket. And Sri Lankans also on and off, coming back and then putting up a very good fielding effort. Especially the close-in fielders taking a couple of good catches. And we saw in between a couple of good swings of the bat as well on both sides of the wicket. And then square of the wicket as well as down the ground as well, the Namibians. And then on the bowlers coming back strongly in between to pick up wickets and making sure that they keep on taking the wickets and pegging the Namibian batsmen and keeping the scoring to a minimum as much as possible. There were some pleasing shots though, both on the on and the off side. And the feature of the day was, of course, the bowling of the Sri Lankans were very consistent in line in most occasions, and erring, they did, which brought in runs for the Namibians. And the only worry, if at all, for the Sri Lankans would be they bowled 3+ overs extra. There were 20 extras which they had to re-bowl, and then that probably also gave away more than 25 to 30 runs in addition to the extras that they gave because of the wides and the no balls as well. So there we see the summary, and then also the final part of the Namibian innings.
Yes, the final wicket there by Odwana, trapping the batsman right in front. The benefit given to the bowler this time for a change. And there we go. The target is set. Sri Lanka needs 129 to win the 4th game. And we head in for the innings break. We'll be back shortly with live action from the BRC Grounds.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the 2nd largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. Alright. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pujita Udavana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the site wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And Also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pusa Leisure Private Limited. But now we're going to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pusa Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක්. ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home, Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක්. ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
Good afternoon and welcome. We're once again back live from the Burger Recreation Club ground. Sri Lanka versus Namibia in the Over-50s World Cup. This is day 4. This is Sri Lanka's 4th game. They won 3 out of 3 and looking to make it 4 out of 4 before they go into the big game on Saturday, where they take on the Englishmen. Well, the Namibians crawl their way to 128, and Sri Lanka now need 129 to win this game and stay on top of their group. Well, the run chase is about to begin, and we have the two Sri Lankan openers. Rory Ingram, is that coming out with Indika Dizeram? As I say, a very good afternoon to Rushan.
Good afternoon to you, Coastal, and good afternoon all our viewers. We're in for a very exciting chase. We'll see how Sri Lanka will go on about this 129 runs. They have 45 overs, 270 balls, so plenty of time they can use. So Namibia, just not what they expected with the bat in hand. Nevertheless, a better score from yesterday. They were bundled out for 98 against Zimbabwe, but they have come out better today against the host Sri Lanka, as Indika Dizeram marks guard.
Well, this is a very hard placid play period, because it's hot and humid. You've come after a very heavy lunch. That lunch is amazing, I can tell you that.
Indeed. Enjoyed a well-deserved lunch in hot and humid conditions here.
So, the keeper is almost standing up. That's the skipper. Indika Dizeram's decided that I don't need a helmet. to take on this pace. On the other hand, Rory Ingram has come out with protective gear. Well spread out field. No slip in place.
Indeed, he's fresh off from a century yesterday as well. Kosala, Rory Ingram. He was retired hurt, but it's good to go today as Zimbabwe get things underway as Serum strikes straight to the mid-off fielder for a single to get off the mark as Sri Lanka underway.
Yes, Sri Lanka definitely underway. Rory Ingram 100, Shane Fernando were 80 yesterday, so they got batsmen who got runs. Serum had a 70 in a previous game. It's Joseph who's doing the operations. Joseph. And comfort for the batters. Three of three for Sri Lanka.
Issue with the ball. But Joseph will have to continue with it.
Ingram trying to go over that mid-wicket region. His eyes lit up when he saw that delivery. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, dropped. Drop chance. Valiant attempt at short mid-wicket. He got his hands to it. He gave the volleyball punch, but couldn't hold on to the rug ball, the cricket ball rather. Take a look at this again. Good effort. Better delivery. Played with respect from Ingram. I would like to take a look at that previous missed chance. It's the end of the over. Sri Lanka 3 for none.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Sri Lanka 3 for none. Chance gone a begging where Namibia is concerned. How costly can that be to them? That's what we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, Sri Lanka will feel that they got things under control. Unless they lose wickets. As you said, 270 balls to get 130 runs. It's almost 1 run in every 2 balls.
Yes, this should be easy going for Sri Lanka, and they will want to finish this quickly and boost that net run rate because they have 2 crucial games coming up tomorrow and one on Monday as well. So
I thought it's Saturday.
Saturday, rather. Sorry, Saturday.
So they've got a Valentine off day tomorrow.
Indeed. watchful from Diseram. Rory Ingram, fresh off a century, would want to bat on. These two would want to spend time in the middle as they await to play England and New Zealand in the next couple of games to finish this round one of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Sri Lanka haven't been troubled much thus far. As that's picked up and picked up well from Diseram. Easy pickings for the likes of him.
Well, on any given day, Indika Diseram would put that to the boundary. In material of his playing heydays, his school days, or even now, he would just work you away. That's easy pickings for a wonderful batter that Sri Lanka has produced.
Did I see the replay? Just punishing that bowler. Not the best of deliveries. Easy pickings, as Kosal mentioned.
Indika Diseram now involved with coaching some clubs in Sri Lanka. Hails from Mathura, town where Sri Lanka have produced so many cricketers, the likes of Sanat Jayasuriya. And he goes again. And it's into the gap, and that will run away for a back-to-back boundaries for Indika Diseram.
Surely taking the attack on to Kodsi. Indika Diseram had a watchful start in that first delivery. And then a couple of boundaries to his name. Diseram, he's raced away to 10 in just 5 deliveries. Sri Lanka cruising now.
And that will be a wide. So not the best of starts for Kotsia. Just talking about Indika Diseram, he comes, as I said, from a town called Mathura, went to St. Thomas's College, Mathura, where Sri Lanka has produced so many cricketers in the likes of Jayasuriya, Pramodi Wickramasinghe, just to name a few. And Diseram has got a 100 when he was playing for school. Not where he intended to. It's not easy, isn't it, to get a 100 when you're playing for school. So Indika Diseram has that luxury. He's got a 100 when he was playing for school.
That's a milestone. I don't think anyone has crossed that milestone as well in the near future, in the near past rather. If not mistaken. Now Paranitana got a 400 in one of his games during the school playing days. Quick single on that occasion. Good run in between the wickets. Indika Diseram, the bulk of experience behind his back, Kosala.
I think if you're not mistaken, he scored 10,000 first-class runs playing for club cricket. Friendly full toss, but not been put away by Ingram. Will mark end of over number 2 in the Sri Lankan run chase. They're 13 for none.
You guys hit the ball too hard. Don't hit the ball so hard. You're my brother. Yeah. Don't do that, bro.
නෑ මුන් අර ලැකර එකේ කෑල්ලක් ගලවලා එන ජෝගිලාම අර ලැකර එකේ අර වා බිස්කිර ගාවනේ
Finn Joseph to continue from the other end. Had a decent over in his first over. Deseram on strike, cut away, wide delivery straight to the lonely deep fielder.
Joseph was the unlucky bowler in the previous over. He had a drop chance. It was not an easy one, but nevertheless would go down as a missed opportunity. Now look at this field. Short square, short fine, short mid on, and that's going to be a wide. Yes, it is. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. It's a wide. Sorry, it's a wide. White ball. In the adjoining ground at Coles, UAE made 127 against England. And this time, Ingram gets it into the gap, and that will run away on this fast outfield of the BRC for another boundary to the Sri Lankan team.
Short aside for Ingram, and he flicks it off to a boundary. Similar scores being chased here at the Coles Cricket Ground and here at BRC as well. Rory just picking up from where he left off yesterday. Now that's chipped in the air, but safely landed. No run as well.
Good fielding effort there. Good work. So
One will come.
Left alone to end the third over. Sri Lanka in reply, 20 for no loss.
Kratzer will start his second over. Sri Lanka marching along here. Fourth over, 21 for none. Seram and Ingram. Rory Ingram had played for Moors and captained the under-24 team once.
driven away, but deep fielder cuts it out just for a single.
How many left, Doc?
2 left.
Krutzer is definitely not having a good outing.
The heat as well, not just helping out as well. Once again, just beats the outside edge.
Good one, Paddy.
One more delivery remaining in this over. Kodze. He's come back well though. Just the 3 runs conceded in the over.
Another single to the Sri Lankan total. But Krutzer finding it very hard out there to finish his over.
Couple of wides in this over. Just losing his rhythm now, Kodze. Lack of bounce, you can see.
That ball is just not coming on to the why. He played it so late. End of the over, 24 for none.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Continue as indicated Zeram. What a lofted on drive, and that's a maximum. We haven't seen many of those today, but an indicated Zeram special right in front of our eyes now.
Well, that is one of the pet shots that I've seen Indika Zeram do throughout his career. Just go through the floor. He loves going straight down. Putting Namibia on the back foot here. This opening partnership really looking threatening. Things just not going Namibia's way at the moment.
They misfields as well to mount on their worries here. They need to be more disciplined in the field if they are to give a fight to the Sri Lankan team. Nevertheless, Sri Lankan team have managed to already bring this target down to a double digits as Indika Deseram steps out and just cuts it in the gap, but won't tickle away for a boundary. Just cuts it short as they cross over for a couple of runs. An expensive over already, 10 runs in it with 2 balls to go. Sri Lanka now just taking the attack on Deseram. He has a brilliant opportunity to hold the bat till Sri Lanka gets that target. A rare dot delivery in the over. And a dot bowler to end the 10-run over. Sri Lanka in reply 34 for no loss after 5.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Good start. Good to see Indika Deseram getting the runs. The Sri Lanka, I don't think would want to bat more than 20 overs. It's a very taxing time for the visiting opponents, Namibians. I'm joined by a very influential person relating to the IMC Osgro Pusa 4th Over-50s World Cup 2025 Sri Lanka. Senator Senaviratna is president of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, who is actually doing the conducting of this tournament. He is also a member of IMC board, and he is domiciled in very effective. Let me tell you about his cricketing credentials. I know he wouldn't like this, but I need to tell him. Played for St. Peter's, captained the Pete Wrights after 3 years. Then he played for Bloomfield and the adjoining Colombo Coles, Luxprey Trophy champions they were under Viranta Fernando, the late Viranta Fernando. Played for Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, and he was a very dependable medium pacer, swing bowler, and a very dependable lower middle order bat. Welcome on commentary, Sene.
Thank you very much, Aritha. Thanks for the kind words, introduction. And
did I miss anything?
No, not at all. But you spoke too much, actually.
Yeah, he played Sri Lanka under 19, so he knows a little bit about what international cricket is all about. But tell me, this is a fantastic effort. You have been involved with all 4 Over-50s World Cups in different capacities, but this is something different.
Yeah, this is a far cry from where we started in 2018 in Sydney, where 8 teams competed in the Over-50 age group, and now we have 14 teams, and the standard is much higher than the previous one, which was a couple of years ago in Cape Town. The participants are much fitter, and they are much better in their fielding and all around better cricketers.
Most of your members are from Sydney, Australia, like Shanta Gunasekara, like Prasanna Karyavasam. Who else is there from that area?
So the history behind it is that Sri Lanka Lions Sports Club in Sydney are the Over-50 champions for 7 years in running. So that's why we were invited to form a team in 2018. And those same officials are still around doing the work, but have the passion to organize a big event in Sri Lanka. So they are still supporting me in the committee.
This is a massive event, mind you. This is sports tourism at its best, and the awareness is very big and good. The response from the teams is fantastic. But initially trying to get this thing organized, what were the sort of grey areas or obstacles that you had to overcome?
The biggest challenge is to find a time that there's less rain, so that we have with participants spending time and money to come here and wanting to play cricket and not to be interrupted by the weather. So we decided to go with February. But the problem is February is where a lot of the school matches and club matches are played. So we had a big challenge in finding grounds.
Suitable grounds.
Suitable grounds, good competitive grounds. And I can assure you that the grounds we are providing to the visiting teams are way better than what we have experienced in other countries. In this
you mean including Sydney?
Yes. Certainly the 2 World Cups in Cape Town, there were some good grounds, but I think all round the 16 grounds we are providing for 56 matches is far superior.
Yeah, most of them they have seen, and I'm sure they are surprised. And you've got in 13 umpires and 5 from Sri Lanka for the panel of umpires. What's the story behind that?
So the idea about veterans cricket is to give opportunity to people at various levels to participate, and it's not limited to players. It's also including umpires, and they pay for their travel cost, the accommodation, and all of that, and to register. So they incur a cost to come here just for the passion of the game, just to be involved, and to get that opportunity to umpire in a different country.
This is a concept that is not very familiar in Sri Lanka, but there is a lot of masters cricket that is being played at various age group levels. We'll come to that in a moment. Played almost off a leading edge, Ingram. And these Ingram brothers, they are based in England, isn't it?
No, so Rory was based in Melbourne, and Russell is based in Sydney. But the last 12 months he has moved to UK. I mean, Rory has moved to UK, so he played his cricket in the last 12 months in the UK.
Okay, that's how it's already. It's nice to see them getting involved in such a fashion. But as far as for your team, Lanka Masters Cricket Association, you have really got control of all the difficult areas. We are involved in cricket in this country, but you have taken this tournament to a level that is difficult to understand, and the live coverage is the big advantage.
Yeah, so certainly live coverage and also the quality of the players. There are no quota systems. It's all based on active players selected based on their fitness, ability and skill levels. So what we encourage and what we want is our boys to play more cricket. There is no age restriction here. I just want to remind you, Haritha, that in July this year, there was a over-70s age group competition World Cup in England.
In England, you played there? No.
There was.
No, I know you are not 70. Sir?
So there were 7 teams. 7 countries represented, including Sri Lanka.
Okay.
And a gentleman called Cuthbert Berenger, who moved out of Sri Lanka to Sydney in 1965. He captained the team.
Okay.
He can bowl, bat and field. He can run around. And he's 79 years old.
79?
79.
They don't have an 80s, no?
He's already planning for the next Over-50s World Cup.
This is the story that we want to tell. We'll talk to that in a moment. 7 overs completed. Sri Lanka in reply, over-50s, 37 without loss. So, when you selected these venues and you spoke to the venue managers, the curators, what was the specifics that you as far as standardization?
I think it's not only the wickets. Teams are very happy with the wickets, and a lot of the teams came thinking that there will be low bounce and a lot of turn and breaking wickets. But what we are getting is good quality wickets. The outfield is good. What we have looked for is also the dressing room facilities, the cleanliness, which we have got in most cases.
That's really great. Being introduced into the attack from the pavilion end. He usually is a better player than what we have seen, but not to the level that you would have thought he would be. Isidore Titus. Ingram. steers it. Indika Desera moves very quickly between wickets.
So Haritha, I just want to remind you that this is the first time the Veterans Cricket World Cup is played in Sri Lanka. But the Sri Lankan team has represented in 2 over-60s World Cups and 1 over-70, as I mentioned. So I'm just saying this because there's so much opportunity for a lot of people here and the viewers. I'm
You captained the last team, no?
I captained the last over-50s tours, 2 tours to South Africa.
Okay, so just looking back at it, you think that you would have probably given the right sort of injection to all these senior cricketers, that they'll get involved and you'll be pressurized to include most of them into the next team?
It's based on ability and fitness, and my role is just to highlight to people, just don't think that this is easy, because playing 8 games in 14 days, 15 days, and 2 practice matches prior to that, so it's very, very challenging on the body. So if you're not fit,
just let me know the medical part of it. Do you have I know you have the ambulances and the first aid staff, but do you also have doctors in attendance for matches?
Yes, so that's been a challenge, and I think we have done really well, and the International Masters Cricket Council and all the visiting teams are really, really pleased with the outcome or the arrangements we have made. So any match on any given day, in a match day, we have 6 games in 6 venues, obviously, and we either have an ambulance or a doctor, or both.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. Ravi Pereira got into a little bit of difficulty just before the start of the game. There was a flurry of activity. Thankfully, he's back. I don't think it was anything serious, but the weather getting the better of the senior citizen.
Yes, I think the last 2 World Cups in Cape Town, the weather was much milder. So the heat here is so much more.
You select February. You won't get anything milder than this, Sene, surely?
True, but the fact that people are paying money and time to come here, we made sure that it's a dry season, so that was a compromise.
I know. Most of them are they're absolutely fantastic. Not exactly the players, but most of the match officials whom I meet before start of play, they're absolutely taken aback. Most of them are on tour to Sri Lanka for the first time.
A lot of them are, and they're surprised. And one team member told me, "Can I ask you a favor?" Then I said, "You know what?" He said, "Can you ask your people to stop smiling? You people are so friendly." So they're amazed with the hospitality of Sri Lankan people.
Full toss, smashed away. Bukes, he couldn't have done anything better than that. This is going to be a cakewalk. The 50 up for the Sri Lankan over-50s. They are working in the right direction. Their comparison, if you take it, 16th over, for the loss of 5 wickets, Namibia made 50 without any loss into the 9th over, 51 without loss. Both batters, that's the new scoreboard at the BRC Grounds, and Dimutu Asanka is scoring there. How was it coming back to Colombo Coles?
Brings back memories. I mean, it was a short 2-year period I played there, but I enjoyed, and I met good friends and had a few successes as well. So,
did you meet any team members from HSBC? I know you've been busy.
Yes, a few of them. I met Dilanjan Jayasekara, who played.
You mean Dilanjan is here?
He's here, yes.
My God, he was my captain here at BRC.
That's right.
Oh, I must find him. I must ask him to come. 51 without loss after 9. So just looking back, is there any other plans as far as IMC is concerned? Maybe getting some other age group World Cups into the country?
Nothing firm at the moment. There can be changes. The calendar is fixed for until end of 2026.
Really?
But there's always a possibility a country pulling out and giving us the opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity. It's sports tourism at its best, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I know. See, it'll be a lot of work for you if it's going to be held here. But your team, the Lanka Masters Cricket Association, they've done a wonderful job. It's nice. Even the media, they didn't know my connection with you when we started talking. When Papare was sort of nominated, they were vague. But when I told that you have played enough cricket, you understand, try to talk with him, they are now very happy with this. And they are now thinking why they didn't take the other two grounds too. So that's very good.
It was a challenge at the beginning to get.
I know.
Matches.
You didn't know much about Papare either. And when I said, I told them you need to give this the Royal Thomian commentary. I told them nothing less.
That's right.
And this is what we are trying to do, because this is exactly what we want to do, the big match season immediately after this.
There are some good matches coming up as well, Haritha, and I think the match Sri Lanka plays against England on Saturday.
Yeah.
And the one after that against New Zealand will test our team and the quality.
England in particular. I know England has been the team to watch.
Correct.
Yesterday's game, a lot of people were watching Australia's reply against South Africa.
Yeah.
That was good. I mean, we've seen bowlers getting 5-wicket hauls on 2 occasions. Some fantastic fielding. You know, this spinning and rolling on the venue, especially when these foreigners have the courage and the will to fall on the ground with these hard surfaces. It makes a huge difference on pitcher.
Yes, I hope that at the end of the tournament that we will inspire other players to come forward and start playing more and more 50s, 40s. By the way, there's Over-50s World Cup coming up, T20 in Karachi in December, which we're going to send a team. So there's ample opportunity at each age group.
10 overs completed, 58 without loss. Sri Lanka Over-50s.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February.
So, Senrat Senivratna, thank you for joining us at very short notice. I want to catch you up in the match between Sri Lanka Over-50s and England Over-50s at the Colombo Grounds on Saturday, because that will be the game of the tournament as far as the home team is concerned. Thank you, and you've done a wonderful job for the game, for the country, and for your team, the organizing committee. We'll catch you up later. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Haritha. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
So Rory Ingram going on his merry way, getting some freebies, putting that ball towards the deep square leg boundary to take his tally up to 29 of 34 balls. Once again, short, asking to be hit. This time, not much of damage there. Yes, again, hit towards that short boundary.
Only one.
So it's deep mid wicket. They cross through for a couple. So things moving rapidly for Sri Lanka. Ingram on 31 of 36. Serum 28 of 28. 65 for no loss. Seems like yet another early finish for the Sri Lankan team.
Indeed, Sri Lanka going on in their merry way. Just a 63 runs needed. These two opening stand is well and truly driving Sri Lanka to victory in the Kadizaram. 28 out of 28 deliveries. Rory Ingram just 32 as the 11th over comes to an end with a single. This is easy going for Sri Lanka, chasing 129 after 11 overs. Sri Lanka 67 for no loss.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
As the drinks break was just there, we have a change in the batting. Indikadi Stadium has gone back in. He'll be retired hurt as brother of Rory Ingram, Russell Ingram, walks to the middle.
Yes, a strategic option, I believe, that was done by Sri Lanka. There is an opportunity for a player to retire, but the scorecard would say retired out. So hence Deseram has either sacrificed his wicket or he has some injury that we are unaware of. If it's an injury, then he would be retired hurt, but if not, it will be retired out. So I suspect the latter. Anyway, it's Russell Ingram who's joined his brother Rory Ingram. This formidable pair had a very good stand a couple of days ago at MCA versus Zimbabwe to win the game for Sri Lanka as well. So one would suspect these two to wrap things up today with a relatively easy target in place.
Indeed, Shastrika, 100-run partnership in that 100-run plus partnership in that game against Zimbabwe between the two Ingram brothers. They steered Sri Lanka to a very big win there at the MCA. And they will expect the same thing here. The Sri Lankan camp will expect the same thing from the Ingram brothers here at the BRC as well. Just 60 runs odd needed for Sri Lanka to get 4 wins out of 4. As Ingram will face up his very first delivery. Good fielding from the bowler of his own bowling. Straight back at the bowler.
Very optimistic appeal by Titus. Ball clearly pitching outside leg and going down leg too. There we go. Russell Ingram straight away looking to take the positive option, targeting that short square boundary. Yes, Russell this time hits it to mid-off and scampers through for a single. He's off the mark. Russell and Rory, both living in UK at the moment, come down for this illustrious tournament, the Over-50s World Cup.
Left hand, right hand.
They've had their fair share of opportunities and both have capitalized. They've scored important runs for Sri Lanka. It's good to see them in form heading into the crucial games.
Indeed, Sri Lanka would want the Ingram brothers to be at their best when games like England and New Zealand come upon, and the business end of the tournament as well. These two will have a big responsibility with the bat in hand, as Rory Ingram has been in the runs. Once again, beautifully played for a single. Looks a very stylish batsman when he gets going, Rory Ingram.
Louis, jij moet nou inkom. Left hand, right hand. Kom boytjies.
Team Namibia struggling to make an impact thus far in this tournament. Yes, he's pushed it right over the bowler's head. They go through for a single, and a single it'll be to end the 12th over. 70 for Nola, Sri Lanka.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So Sri Lanka moving on to that target of 128. The IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 well on its way in the hot and humid conditions of Colombo. .59 needed of 198 balls. Balls should not be in the equation. Might be a pretty straightforward chase for Sri Lanka, inevitable. Required rate of 1.8 with all 10 wickets in hand. You would expect the Lankan team to win this at a canter. Next ball played towards point. They cross through for a single. Dukes to his fourth over, conceding 15 runs. Once again, Rory rotating the strike, picking up singles at ease. 72. The score moves on to there we go. Another freebie for Russell Ingram. And this time around, he doesn't fail. He gets a boundary, smashing the ball towards the deep square leg area. There's no sweeper. So easy pickings for Russell. The bowler finding it hard to get the lines and lengths right for this right and left-handed pair.
Indeed, easy pickings. Poor delivery from Bukes. Another one tossed up, taken on the full. Straight to the fielder. Slight mix-up as Russell Ingram is run out. And not the best of communications between the two brothers. As a run out gives Namibia their first breakthrough. As Russell Ingram walks back after that boundary. And straight at the field. It went quite quickly. That's why Rory Ingram sent his brother back. But good work with the gloves as from the skipper from Namibia as Russell Ingram walks back. Disappointed looking Ingram. He's been run out 7 of 8 as Sri Lanka lose their first. Wicketkeeper batsman Priyantha Rajapaksa walks to the middle.
Centre. Falling right arm over to you, and there's one to come.
Priyantha Rajapaksa, the new batter for Sri Lanka, the number 3 batsman. Straight away gets off the mark, punching the ball towards deep point.
A single to end the 13th over. Sri Lanka is 77 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the papare.com.
So 77 for 1, Sri Lanka. Russell Ingram, the batsman to depart. Indika Diseram being retired hurt. Priyantha Rajapaksa and Rory Ingram on the wicket. They've still got the likes of Ruin Puris to follow. The skipper Shane.
Sri Lanka surely have a deep batting lineup. Shash, plenty of batting left in the tank. Weber delivered to start off, and add to the Warriors. They cross over for a couple of runs and a boundary. It's taken away to the fence, so 5 wides. Not the way you want to start off the over. And Strange has started his over with a menace, with a big miss. Stickles away, raises away to the fence after just having a slight glove on skipper Fleming.
Strange, the new bowler. First ball being called 5 wides. Second ball much better, the follow-up delivery. Now Sri Lanka will be expecting at least to get this target by the 20th over, which means in terms of the net run rate, they'll be really up the ladder. Probably the best in the tournament thus far. Two vital games coming up for Sri Lanka. One being England, who's looked exceptional right throughout the tournament. Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken, lost the practice game to England, which means they would be the real hurdle for Sri Lanka.
Sri Lankan tank looks quite calm. They know they have got this game in the bag. They have got this game in the bag, so once again another single. Sri Lanka just going through the phases, slowly and steadily taking the rounds down. Just 46 more needed in 188 deliveries. Mammoth of balls remaining.
Going through the motions now. Rory Ingram, who's on 34. Looks to cut that ball between that gap of short third man and point. There's a vacant area, targeting the boundary, but this time around, execution not the best. So Strange, after that first delivery, which was a strange start, is much better now.
Good comeback by Strange as well. After conceding that 5 wides in his very first delivery, he just conceded just a couple of runs to end the 14th over. 84 for 1 as Sri Lanka just need another 45 runs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
4 for 1. Taylor made for batting now. The wicket just comes onto the bat beautifully. The ball. Rory Ingram will be eyeing to keep his bat to the end. As he's been carrying this batting lineup of Sri Lanka. Century from the previous game and a couple of good innings as well in the other two games. So he's among the runs and he will play a key role in that big games against England and New Zealand.
.45 needed. Rory Ingram, who's on 35, will definitely eye the second half century, if I'm not mistaken, in the tournament for him. He's also got a century the last game, so he definitely is a man who's done the bulk of scoring for Sri Lanka. And he places the next ball once again to that vacant deep point region. No chance of stopping that. It's a very poor start by Janice.
And he welcomes Janice with a boundary. Punched away. Raises away to the fence. Sri Lanka now 8-8 for 1. Let's get poor delivery.
I'll tell you what, Rashwan, with some of these names, either we are absolutely spot on or we sound absolutely wrong. So let's hope, especially if someone's tuned in Namibia, please forgive us if we're wrong.
Indeed. Pronouncing it for the best of our ability. Once again, tossing it up is Janice. Biting the right-handed. Probably come down the wicket or attack him. Riyantha Rajapaksa as well would want to spend some time in the middle. Kept wickets today. That's taken on the full, but straight to the fielder. No run.
Cricket in Namibia. Over the past few years, they've really progressed as an international team. But I wonder how cricket in Namibia has been, especially for the categories such as the over-50s. If the competition is still as good as Sri Lanka or other countries, doesn't seem like it. However, concludes the 15th over. Sri Lanka 89 for the loss of 1 wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
90 for 1. 15 completed. So Sri Lanka going at 6 runs in over at the moment. They need another 39 runs to seal this game. Rory Ingram has been definitely on the runs. 100 yesterday. Half century today. So it's been Saman Jayantha and Rory who's got the bulk of the runs for Sri Lanka in this tournament. Saman Jayantha rested today. Good afternoon, Haritha.
Good afternoon, Kosi. Pers Lestrange into his second over. Missed you in the first few matches. Not your fault, though. That may probably run down to the boundary.
Very lackadaisical there. But you need to expect these, isn't it, in these type of tournaments? Bending down, moving around.
Lam Coetzi this. See what happened.
Not easy.
Downhill, down quickly.
But Rory Ingram marching along for Sri Lanka.
You must consider his physical fitness. Great commitment. As Sene told us in our earlier stint, initially based in Sydney. Okay, once again, great timing, superb placement.
This is good. That was a top-class shot, Haritha. Very well done. Look at the wrist work on that. And the placement.
Yeah, he's very, very focused with his cricket, unlike his brother. He was the last man out, Russell Ingram. Before that, retired out was Indika Deseram.
He would have been disappointed that he didn't put that one away. He's on 48. Strange did contribute with the bat for Namibia.
He looked somewhat comfortable. He made 28, second best. Fennessy 36 not out, batted with the last few. So that's 100 on the board.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So 100 for 1. Sri Lanka in reply to the 129 that they need to get. They're in the driving seat at the moment. Just a matter of time for them to seal this one.
The next couple of matches for Sri Lanka Over-50s is crucial. Up against England Over-50s on Saturday, and on Monday against New Zealand Over-50s. Two very good all-round sides like Australia.
$49 to Rovery. Sri Lanka need another 28.
Priyantha, as I understand, Priyantha Rajapaksa this is kept wickets today. Was a late replacement for Carmen Mapatuna, who was initially nominated but not released by Sri Lanka Cricket because of his fielding commitments with the Sri Lanka women's cricketers, but due to tour New Zealand later the month.
Sri Lankan women's cricket is also taking big strides moving forward. And this time, it still finds a fielder.
So having completed his second half century in addition to the century, Rory Ingram will be feeling very comfortable and confident in his mind.
Last ball coming up of the 17th over. And that will go all the way for another boundary. Sri Lanka edges closer to their fourth successive win in the tournament.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Two crucial games, as you mentioned, Haritha, against New Zealand and England. The top two teams in the group will go on to play in the semi-final. All right, thank you, Haritha. So the top two teams will play for the championship, and the second two will play for. It's like going for positions, right? $20 needed now.
The idea is to maximize participation. Everybody will be happy. 14 member countries in the International Masters Cricket. Good looking shot. Leaning into it, timing it, placing it well.
He's been there too long to let that one go. Short, wide, inviting. It's always been a picturesque venue, isn't it? BRC, the amount of cricket that's been played here. It's home to two schools, Haritha, Isipatana and Lumbini. A club that was formed in 1896. So 125 years of history behind this venue.
Have you played here, Coastal, in a Premier Division match?
Yes, I have. I played many times. I played when against Isipatana on this ground. I played.
So that's school cricket. Okay.
School cricket. I played against BRC when I was playing for Bloomfield and Moratua. It's been a wonderful. I think I even played when they had matting before the turfs came.
Okay. You played in the.
But I played in turfs as well, but earlier just matting wicket only.
Yeah, okay. The school match would have been on a matting.
Yes, correct. So that's a no ball. They've already got 5 runs for this delivery, and they will get another free delivery. And it's always a picture one during the evening times when you get people leaning against that fence and watching the matches go on.
See, there was a time it happened. Now people are very busy, unless of course a very interesting match is on, there won't be people there.
Yeah.
That's the story everywhere.
Yeah, yes, I can remember when you had Premier Cricket those days. If you have a game of between Bloomfield and Tamil Union or Bloomfield, let's say, it's a packed crowd. You'll get so many people coming in and watching the matches.
Yeah, the national cricketers were playing, and cricket was very popular then. 18 completed. In reply, Sri Lanka Over-50s, 119 for 1.
And during those days, the Players' Pavilion was just below where we are right now. Because now there's a lot of buildings that come up, and the club's really grown very well. New buildings coming up, still construction going on.
Yeah, lot of committees under very influential individuals like Jayantha Parnathala, Rahul Dasanayaka, and Lasit Nanayakara, over the last decade or so has done the infrastructure development in a very methodical manner, providing the members with great facilities.
And it's been a house for so many top-class cricketers in Sri Lanka. And even now, you get a couple of national players playing for BRC. Oh. Thank you very much, says Priyantha, and puts that away from the boundary. Sri Lanka edge closer and closer. They are just one boundary away now.
It was a loose delivery, but still he had to play it properly. Did it very well. It may end in this over. The end was his batting.
What a catch. What reflexes. You're so close. You're just about 5 meters away. That's a stunning catch. Let's take a look at that again. It is a short delivery, no doubt. Priyantha hit it with a lot of power, but that's a good catch. Your reflexes have been very good at this age, Haritha.
Absolutely reflective. That's why it had to look that way. It was Strange who took that catch.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Dilshan Amarasinghe is the new batter.
One centre, slightly away. That's centre, one to come.
Picked up a couple of wickets.
පොඩක් ඉන්න මම කියන දේ විශ්වාස කරපන් එන්න ඉන්නේ
Is there any circle? Is there any circle? Yes.
So 1 ball remaining in this over. Or is it the over? It is the end of the 19th. It's 126 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Strange will probably bowl the last over of this game. Sri Lanka team is coached by Harsha De Silva. Rory wants to finish it off soon. He's saying, give it a strike, I'll let it.
Knowing what Dilshan Amarasinghe can do, He may want to finish it himself.
Two needed. And that should seal it. Rory Ingram has sealed things for Sri Lanka. Men's over 50 team. They marked their fourth consecutive win in the tournament in a very comprehensive manner by 8 wickets. Rory Ingram stands tall for Sri Lanka with another half century following his century in the previous game.
The writing was on the wall for Namibia coming into this game, but they stretched the home team to an extent that was not expected probably at the start of the match. But they'll take some positives out of this game too. For Sri Lanka Over-50s to stay unbeaten was a big story. They'll go into the last two matches with their confidence at the highest level.
Handshakes all around. Game of spirit of the game. You should give credit to these players for visiting Sri Lanka for this tournament. Their time, their dedication.
See, most of them are in this country for the first time, and most of them won't believe. Yeah, 68 not out for Rory Ingram, once again holding the batting together. Indika Diseram, well, he departed after making some runs. The miss out was Russell Ingram, run out. And of course, Priyantha Rajapaksa, brilliant catch. Bukes and Janis picks up the wicket.
So this is how the Namibian bowling went about. 6 bowlers used. The only wicket taker being Janis. Apart from that, none of the bowlers, Joseph, Kutsia, Burks, Titus and Strange, unable to cause any problems for the Sri Lankan batters. So this is how the Sri Lankan innings went about. 129 was the target. They opened with Indika Diseram and Rory Ingram. And from ball number 1, Sri Lanka were really on top of things. Both Diseram and Ingram didn't wait for any opportunity. They just started picking on the bowlers. Anything that was on the pads or anything on a length was dispatched very comfortably. Indika Diseram in particular looked pretty severe in the start, and Rory didn't fall back by much as he also got into the party.
They were involved in a decent partnership that produced 67 runs, and then Diseram departed. They brought in Russell Ingram. He started with a boundary, and then see what happened. Brought in Priyantha Rajapaksa to the middle. Meanwhile, Rory Ingram was playing another sheet anchor role for his team. He was very good score of the wicket. Off the front foot, off the back foot.
Priyantha also came into the party, but this is a brilliant catch to see his dismissal. And there you go. That is the winning runs for Sri Lanka to seal this game by 8 wickets. So this is how the match rolled out at the end. Namibia put it to bat with 128 in 43.2 overs. The top score for Felicity with 36. 3 for 16 for Uduwaka. 2 wickets apiece for Chaminda and Dilshan. In reply, Sri Lanka 131 for 2. Rory Ingram unbeaten on 68. Salem with 29. Jinis just picking up 1 wicket for the Namibians. And Sri Lanka win by 8 wickets. So these are the games that will be on the 15th of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Namibia will take on New Zealand at the Navy Grounds in Valisura. USA will take on UAE at this grounds in BRC. Sri Lanka will take on England at the Coast Cricket Ground. It's South Africa, India. That's going to be a very good game. That's at the DSN College Grounds. Canada will take on Pakistan at the MCA. And Wales will take on Australia at the Pusa Grounds in Bandaragama.
So the main focus will be between Sri Lanka Over-50s and England Over-50s at the adjoining Colombo Coast Grounds. And you could imagine the game between Wales and Australia at Bandaragama will also be a very close encounter. Thank you very much for your company on Sri Lanka's premier sports channel. We invite you to join us on Saturday as we bring you the live coverage of matches in the Over-50s World Cup 2025.